president did as the president-elect was a rally with Turning Point USA, a big event out in Arizona, sort of a victory lap after the election, showing how important that organization was for Trump's election. He has praised him repeatedly for all the help he has given, and so influential in the broader conservative movement, but also very directly important for Donald Trump being here in the White House.
Also one of the youngest speakers at the 2016 Republican National Convention, the opening speaker at the 2020 RNC, a father of 2 children under the age of 5. If you are just tuning in, we are talking about conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk. We have gotten word that he has been shot during an event. He was taking place at Utah Valley University, the founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative student organization, as Karen was explaining. He's known for his outspoken views on politics, culture, and religion. Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon, what do we know? What more do we know just about the federal response to the shooting?
Yeah, we're hearing from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He just posted on X that the Department of Justice is actively investigating what he calls a senseless act of violence. We've also heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel saying that FBI ATF resources are on the ground. Obviously, Kira, this is a tinderbox moment in this country where we've heard from the FBI and DOJ dating back to the last administration warning that this current moment is such a sensitive moment in terms of political threats directed at the political system. We saw that in obviously the 2 assassination attempts directed at President Trump during the campaign season. So obviously this is going to be something that they are going to meticulously investigate, leave no stone unturned. It's unclear whether a suspect is in custody or in federal custody as of this moment. We are asking those questions. Obviously they're going to want to get any answers as to why an individual would carry out such a heinous act of violence against Charlie Kirk.
Okay, and our Aaron Katursky, chief investigative correspondent, did say that suspect was in custody, and now we're hearing from President Donald Trump tweeted. Okay, we do have Aaron. Well, Aaron, I want to bring you in, but I just want to read real quickly. Donald Trump tweeting, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." All right, what more do we know about the suspect that's in custody, if anything, Aaron?
We don't know anything about the suspect other than he is, according to Utah Valley University, in custody. Where, what circumstances he was taken, what condition the suspect was taken, that we don't know. We're still waiting for firm guidance on Charlie Kirk's condition. But the university said that Kirk had been speaking at an outdoor courtyard when a shot rang out, a single shot, and struck Charlie Kirk. We've seen video of the moment, Kira, that shows individuals then running from the scene shouting, "Oh my God." The very presence of Charlie Kirk at the UVU campus had been controversial. We've been reading an article in the school paper that talked about the campus being divided over whether Kirk should even be allowed to speak. But his address was underway, one of a number of speeches that he has commonly given on college campuses to drum up support for President Trump's agenda. He's been very active that way. This particular shot rang out as he was in the middle of this speech. The authorities say they have him in custody. We know the feds are actively investigating. It's a very small police department shared in Orem, Utah, with 2 other communities. So as we've heard from multiple officials at the Justice Department, the feds are going to be heavily involved and are on their way now, Kira.
Yeah, indeed. And Bob Boyce, I want to bring you in on this and just talking about his security for an event like this. Charlie Kirk has been very controversial on issues like DEI, things he said about Jews, women, LGBTQ community, and garnered a lot of attacks online and in the public for things that he has said. So in a situation like this, where he is speaking outdoors in a venue like this, there's going to be a lot of questions about security for this event.
So, Kira, an outside event and that kind of venue is problematic. We've seen that in Butler, Pennsylvania last summer, and it's here again. So you really need a pen in there to keep people in a place and just go from there.
All right. Bob Boyce, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We heard what appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us.
We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day.
ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
The Menendez brothers, resentenced to 50 years to life.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is. Are you going to build it back up?
And ABC News Live lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscar Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu.
There was the doctor, the loving husband.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. We're coming back on the air because ABC News has now confirmed that conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot during an event at Utah Valley University. President Trump is now weighing in. Let's take it straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, that's been following this since the news broke. Aaron, what is the president saying?
The president is calling Charlie Kirk a great guy and saying everyone must pray for him after a shot rang out as he was speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. His presence on that campus had divided it, but he was speaking at an event at an outdoor courtyard when the university says a shot rang out and the entire place emptied out. People went running. Charlie Kirk's condition is not immediately clear. We are still waiting for confirmation on his condition. Utah Valley University said a suspect is in custody. We know nothing about that suspect or whether it's the actual shooter. A number of federal officials are now racing to the scene. Orem, Utah has a very small police department, Kira. It shares it with 2 other nearby communities, so the feds are going to be deeply involved and on their way now as everyone from the president on down in the administration asks the nation to pray for Charlie Kirk, who commonly goes out to college campuses to drum up support for President Trump's agenda and was deeply involved in helping to get the president elected. And now the president is asking the nation for its prayers for Charlie Kirk, who was shot on the campus of Utah Valley University. Kira?
All right, Aaron, I'm being told that we actually have video now of the moment that Charlie Kirk was shot, and I believe we are going to be able to hear some of the audio as well. Let's pause for a moment and take a look.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
And of course, we're going to hold the freeze right there when that single shot, Aaron, was heard. You can see Charlie Kirk underneath that tent taking place with other students surrounding him, involved in Q&A from what I understand. Aaron, do we know if anybody else was hurt, or right now are we just hearing about Charlie Kirk?
The only individual we've heard that was actually shot is Charlie Kirk, Kira. But it's possible that in the ensuing melee, as people bolted from that courtyard, somebody else may have been hurt some other way. We have not heard from the authorities. According to Utah Valley University, it was just the single shot that rang out, striking Charlie Kirk as he was in the middle of addressing the campus there in that courtyard beneath the tent. Anybody else that was hurt, we haven't heard that. And according to police, it seems only one individual was shot. But we're waiting for full confirmation. Also for additional information about the suspect the university says is now in custody.
And what more do we know about this American comeback tour that he has been on, Aaron? Do you know anything more about that?
We know Charlie Kirk is an ardent supporter of President Trump, a podcaster, and often goes to universities around the country to try and support the Trump agenda, and that's what he was doing. And his very presence on the campus, according to an article we've been reading in the school paper, had divided campus. Students, some anyway, were quite upset that he was coming. Others were welcoming him. So there was already tension on campus when Charlie Kirk began speaking at Utah Valley University and when that bullet was fired, Kira.
Got it. I'm getting more now on this American Comeback tour that Charlie Kirk has been on. Apparently, the tour planned stops there in Utah, also Colorado, Minneapolis, Virginia, elsewhere. Posts from social media accounts of Turning Point USA, the conservative organization, of course, that Kirk co-founded, was boasting of these large turnouts at these events at campuses just this past spring. And then the tweets started coming in about that one shot that was heard. Mike Lee actually tweeting out that he was tracking the situation there at Utah Valley University and immediately asked for prayers to Charlie Kirk. Then we started to hear from the governor, also the vice president, even Gavin Newsom, saying the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. I want to bring in former NYPD Chief of Detectives, also our ABC News contributor, Bob Boyce. Bob, do you know anything about the security by chance at this event? I mean, it's no shock to anyone that Charlie Kirk has made a lot of controversial comments throughout the years and since co-founding his organization. So you would think that security would be pretty tight in an event like this, but clearly one shot was able to be made, and Charlie Kirk now down after one shot. Still do not know his condition. We are trying to find out that information, but anything you can tell us about security usually at an event like this with a controversial speaker?
Whenever you have this in any arena or any venue, you have to understand that it's outside. That brings a lot more problems because you don't have a door, which you should have as a choke point, and do bag searches. If in this kind of situation, there was a petition going around to stop him from doing that. Over 6,700 people signed it. So this kind of controversy, you really need pros and lots of them. So I see two security officers in front of the stage or where he was sitting, his desk, and that's all I saw at this point. I don't know what they let in, and that's important to understand too. You really have to work the crowd, and you really have to keep an eye on things. This came out of nowhere, and it looks to be a very dire situation from what I understand right now. So this type of thing, you really need professionals to step in there and do it.
Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, a father of two young children under the age of 5. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas joining us now by phone. FBI, ATF to the scene, also local police. Tell us what's happening within the investigation this hour as all these agencies are now converging on this shooting scene.
Kira, what I can tell you is that this is being treated extremely seriously. And from the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to the FBI Director, they are sending all available resources to deal with the situation. And I've been in communication with the source who has witnessed the video, reviewed the video, and he describes it as horrible. He used the word horrible. The situation, they are not reporting any specifics on Mr. Kirk's condition, but they're all describing it to me, my sources, as a very extremely serious situation, and they are fearful for his health.
And according to Utah Valley University's student newspaper, Pierre, I'm seeing here that an article was written about Charlie Kirk to be hosting this debate at the UVU Fountain Courtyard this afternoon, exactly where we saw that video. You saw him in the courtyard. You saw him sitting under that tent. The article went on to describe the campus as having a, quote, divided opinion on on Kirk actually being invited to speak here on campus, including some who actually started an online petition actually asking the university administrators to stop Kirk from coming. But as you can see, Kirk there, this is video that we were able to obtain from the event where you actually heard that one shot ring out. Not sure where it was coming from, but we do know the suspect is in custody. We know that Charlie Kirk was shot. And now everyone from the Attorney General to the President of the United States to senators to the governor to the vice president, even the FBI Director Kash Patel, asking for prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family right now. We do not know his condition. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce on the phone with me now. Mary, are you able to hear me? Have we connected?
Yes, we have, Kira. I hear you.
Talk to me more about Charlie Kirk, his relationship with President Trump, just the sway that he has had, but also has stood up on a number of issues regarding the president, in particular with the Epstein files, but a mega podcaster and a huge influence in Trump world.
He has a massive following and a huge sway, especially with young people. He is close, personally close, with President Trump and with many people within this administration. We've seen so far the president taking to social media, calling for prayers for Charlie Kirk, calling him a great guy from top to bottom and saying God bless him. We have seen the two together on many occasions, especially during the campaign. The president has praised him, heaped praise on Charlie Kirk, especially for really the movement that he's built, for the sway and the power that he has developed really within the far-right movement, especially at such a young age. As you mentioned, he's only 31 years old. We did see them together, as I mentioned, several times on the campaign trail. I think back to when the president attended a large conference, a large summit that he had. And Charlie Kirk is known for being extremely outspoken on a range of issues. He does not shy away from controversy. He's also known for doing those sort of ask me anything sort of sections of his events where he sits down at a table and takes on someone on any issue. He famously did one not that long ago with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. This is someone who has really taken on such a leadership role in the conservative sphere, someone who is beloved in the MAGA world and who has just a huge following. I don't think you can understate how influential he is, especially with young people and young men, especially young followers who support President Trump. So this is something that is hitting this administration very close to the heart. And you are hearing now, as you mentioned, this real flood and outpouring of support from officials here, from the Attorney General to the FBI Director, the Vice President, the President, all urging for prayers as they hold their breath and wait for news.
And as you mentioned, very outspoken Charlie Kirk in a very tense political climate. Right now, let's get right to our chief investigative correspondent, Eric Kantersky, as we've been asking more questions about a possible motive, about this suspect that's in custody. Aaron, what are you learning?
According to Utah Valley University, it was just after noon local time in Orem, Utah, as Charlie Kirk was speaking at Utah Valley University at an outdoor courtyard when a shot was fired. Kirk was struck, and we're told from the university his own security detail took him from the location. His exact condition has not been made clear, and I think that's reflected in some of the statements that you hear from all the administration officials urging the nation to pray for his well-being, that he will in fact make it. After Kirk was taken from the location by his security detail, Utah Valley University said a suspect was taken into custody. We don't know if that is indeed the suspected shooter, someone else who may be associated with this, or what. It was not specified, and we got no word of anyone else who may have been hit or injured. As a result, the campus police are investigating, and as you've heard, Kira, the FBI and other federal agencies are on the way.
And we did, as you can see from that screenshot we had there just a moment ago, we did get video of when that shot did ring out. I don't know if we could re-rack that again and roll that once again. Receiving this video, take a listen. And that was the one moment, as you can see, Charlie Kirk sitting underneath that tent, having Q&A with the students there on the university campus at Utah Valley University. Somebody was rolling video. We were able to obtain the moment that shot did ring out. Let's bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, on the phone. We've been talking about how outspoken Charlie Kirk has been. He's been on this American comeback tour. He was there in Utah when shots were fired. This is someone previously named Forbes top 30 under 30. He was the youngest speaker at the 2016 Republican National Convention. He was the opening speaker at the 2020 RNC. Not long ago, within the past year, he came out with the book Right Wing Revolution: How to Beat the Woke and Save the West. His social media reaching more than 100 million people a month. Axios listing Charlie Kirk as one of the top 10 most engaged handles in the world. He's also the host of the Charlie Kirk Show, that mega podcast, and quite a controversial figure in a very tense political climate right now. Pierre, are you learning anything more as we now understand the FBI, the ATF, along with local police, all involved? We can even see now images of SWAT rolling in to the university campus as well.
Well, obviously, they're going to make sure that there's no one else involved. As you said, suspect in custody. We don't know any more detail about that just yet. And again, we don't yet know what the motivation here was for whoever fired that shot, whoever injured Mr. Kirk. But one thing we do know is law enforcement has been basically under siege in recent months. There has been a steady and increasing concentration of what can only be described as politically motivated violence. You had the assassination attempt against President Trump while he was running for office last year. You had diplomats in Washington, D.C. Killed outside of a museum. You had those horrific murders in Minnesota involving state legislature. Also, the CDC recently became the target of multiple gunfire as well. So right now, law enforcement is all over this incident to try to determine what is happening here. But the ramifications in terms of politics, people speaking in public venues, figures on the left and the right who may be viewed as controversial, this is a extremely dangerous moment, my sources are telling me, and today only reflects that even more.
And there were even students reaching out to the Utah Valley University. Also, the newspaper there on campus writing a review, talking about Charlie Kirk, that he'd be hosting this debate in the UVU Fountain Courtyard this afternoon. The article actually described the campus as being divided, having a divided opinion on Charlie Kirk actually being invited to speak here. And there was even an online petition that was circulating asking university administrators to stop Kirk from coming. But as you can see from the images we've been showing to you, it looked like a full crowd surrounding Charlie Kirk there. And if you're just tuning in, we want to let you know we are getting word and have confirmed now that conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot during this event at Utah Valley University. You know, he's the founder of Turning Point USA, that conservative student organization. He's known for his outspoken views on politics and culture and religion, often taking his message to colleges and universities like you're seeing here, and sometimes sparking heated debates on college campus, known for that, the Q&A, the back and forth. And now on this tour that he's been carrying out, a tour he had planned to make stops in Utah, Colorado, Minneapolis, Virginia, and elsewhere, taking this tour, the American Comeback Tour, on the road. Now he has been shot at the beginning of this tour. We don't know his condition yet. We do know there is a suspect in custody. Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, has been calling all his sources as well. What more do we know, Aaron? Any new updates?
Well, the Utah Valley University wants campus emptied. They've just issued an alert telling everyone to leave campus immediately, as instructed by local police, while the investigation gets underway. Campus is closed, the alert said. Classes are canceled until further notice. Police are investigating. Leave campus immediately. That's the word from Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was speaking at an outdoor courtyard beneath a tent with a security detail in place when a shot rang out just after noon local time in Orem, Utah, striking Kirk. He was taken from the location by his security detail, now in an unknown condition, but with many people tied to the Trump administration issuing calls for prayers for his survival and well-being, Kira.
And right now, following up on what you just said, Aaron, this UVU alert that campus has been closed, classes have been canceled until further notice. Police on the scene there, as you can see, both federal and local law enforcement. Charlie Kirk shot this afternoon at Utah Valley University while on his tour, the American Comeback Tour. The event, apparently, I'm seeing the event was free and open to the public. This was not just for university students. Tickets apparently were distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. So the likelihood of this not just being students attending, there were others from the public allowed in, which leads me to questions about security as well. Let's bring in our former FBI agent, also our ABC News contributor, Brad Garrett. In a situation like this on a university campus, Brad, and it looks like it was open to the public. The event was free. I'm curious to know what security was like, especially if you're having a controversial speaker like Charlie Kirk.
Well, predictably, we don't know the answer to this, Kira, that you wouldn't have metal detectors and things of that nature, or maybe even searching people. Perhaps bags, perhaps not. But, you know, these are informal gatherings. If it's open to the public, it's outside. Yes, it might be under a tent, but literally anybody could walk in or out. And I'm sure Charlie and his associates wanted to create that sort of atmosphere. So having said that, my guess is the suspect, this alleged suspect, obviously was just able to walk in and was obviously armed in some form or fashion. And how do you defense against that? Well, based on what I just described, you don't, unless you know about it. But, you know, the real key now, of course, is they have the suspect. Who is he? Is he connected to anyone? How did he get there? Is there a car that they're on or should check out? And a residence or two. As we've had numerous discussions, how a person gets to where they get in a shooting is preparation, and are there other places that that are connected to him that could be a danger to law enforcement or others. So all of that has to be happening, obviously, at the same time. But you know, the key is defensing against, as I mentioned earlier, defensing these types of open operations, open forums, are considered soft targets. And, you know, that's the sad reality of where we are.
And we're starting to hear from everyone from Attorney General Pam Bondi saying the FBI and ATF agents are on the scene now. Pray for Charlie. The President of the United States also putting out on social media, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. We're also hearing from Senator Mike Lee, one of the first local senators there, putting out that he had confirmed and that there had been a shooting at the university, saying, please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students that are gathered there at the university. And then Gavin Newsom also tweeting out, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. Let's bring Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce back in. You know, we've talked about how tense the political climate is right now, Mary, and a tour like this, no doubt. We now have you live up there from the White House, and you have someone like Charlie Kirk, who has such mega reach from his podcast to this tour, this American Comeback Tour that he has been on, and he's said controversial things in the past in a tense political environment, talking about DEI, Jews, women, the LGBTQ community, people of color, and now this event open to the public, the suspect in custody. We don't know if it was a student, if it was someone that came from the outside, but he has been shot, and we are waiting to hear on his condition. But a lot of people weighing in, praying for him right now. Someone who was the opening speaker at the 2020 RNC, someone that has been praised as one of the young up-and-coming conservatives with a tremendous voice, and has a solid relationship with the President of the United States, Mary.
Yeah, and Kira, he is a huge star in the far right and someone who is personally very close with this administration. And I think that's being reflected in the outpouring of prayers and support that you are seeing in the statements that are coming out. Everyone from the President of the United States himself, the Vice President, the Attorney General, the FBI Director. These are people who don't just know of Charlie Kirk, but know him personally. And that is being reflected in these statements. As you mentioned, we have seen him often at important, pivotal events for this party, the Republican National Convention. He's also been seen simply here at the White House at various events. He was last here back in May for an event with the president. He is close to this administration, and he is pivotal to especially the youth support that this president has. The president has heaped praise on him for all of the work that Charlie Kirk has done to really boost his support with young people, especially young men. You've heard that over and over again, especially over during the campaign trail whenever they would appear together. The president thanking him profusely for the work that he was doing and often praising him for being able to accomplish so much at such a young age, just 31 years old. As you mentioned, this is not someone who shies away from controversy. In fact, the opposite. Charlie Kirk leans into it. It is part of his brand in many ways. He takes on these difficult, often controversial topics head on. He likes a fight. He enjoys a debate. He relishes in it. It's something that's sort of a hallmark of his, is sitting down at that table and being challenged directly in a debate, often with people of the other party. It's really sort of become his one of his many hallmarks. And so to have this event, as you mentioned, the university, it seemed to had faced some pushback there in the community as well. That's not something that is unusual for Charlie Kirk. He often faces pushback and knows that he is obviously in an incredibly tense environment. And while he is very close to this administration, he also hasn't been afraid to push back. We've seen not that long ago in recent weeks, as questions surround the Epstein files, that he has pushed for their release, but also said he supports the president and his approach to this issue. So he is someone who is very much seen as leading the next generation of the far right, of the MAGA movement, and deeply personally connected to this president and to this administration, Kira.
And Mary, we're now hearing from Turning Point USA, an official statement here. This is an ongoing situation. We can confirm that Charlie Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital, and we are praying for him at this time. Let's take it straight to Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky. Aaron, do we have any idea, as we look at that video that we were able to obtain just as that one shot was fired? He was underneath that tent having a conversation back and forth with students there, taking Q&A. Do we know what they were talking about, the essence of the conversation at that time, as we look at the video here of Charlie Kirk there on the campus just not long before he was shot?
According to one eyewitness we were able to speak with, Kira, Charlie Kirk was at first being asked about religion. He was talking about being transgender in America and a connection between transgender Americans and gun violence. Talking about gun violence when the single shot rang out. And according to this eyewitness, this individual saw the single shot strike Charlie Kirk as he was talking about gun violence. And then this eyewitness reports seeing a fountain of blood coming out of the side, perhaps of his neck. We're not sure, again, the reliability of this eyewitness account, but this is what this individual is telling us, Kira, that Charlie Kirk was speaking about gun violence, also religion, and being transgender, and that's when the single shot was fired. And this eyewitness does bolster the police account that it was just a single shot that struck Charlie Kirk, Kira.
Stay with me, Aaron. I hear that we actually are hearing from another eyewitness. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Everyone got down. Everyone was so scared. And I just grabbed her, and my boss is with us, which is her mom. She was like, run. And we finally got up and followed the crowd, and I just kept holding her. I don't even have my shoes on. I left my keys, and everyone's just scared. It's traumatizing. it scares.
And Aaron, as we hear possibly from students there at Utah Valley University, because we know this event now is open to the public, it was free. It was a first come, first served basis. We did see a lot of students there clearly surrounding Charlie Kirk. Possibly that was one of the students there that was partaking. She was describing what she heard, what had happened. They got out of there as quickly as possible. While there were a lot of students there, Aaron, in support of listening and seeing Charlie Kirk in person, we do know also that Utah Valley University, the student newspaper there, had put out an article. The UVU had put out, or the UVU Review had put out an article that Charlie Kirk was going to be hosting this debate, exactly where we saw him, and that the campus was described as having a very divided opinion on Kirk being there. Even an online petition had been circulating around the university asking administrators to stop Kirk from coming. So just there was already a tension sort of surrounding this debate as Charlie Kirk was coming to the university as part of this American comeback tour that he was beginning.
It was a controversial visit from the start, and Charlie Kirk was speaking about controversial things, issues of religion, making a connection between being transgender and gun violence when the shot rang out. And according to eyewitnesses who were there in that outdoor courtyard, the police immediately grabbed someone, dragging him all the way down to the ground. This eyewitness described the suspect as an older man with white hair, a blue shirt, and the man was apparently, according to this eyewitness, yelling, "I do it again," after the authorities had already taken him into custody. Kira.
Okay, let's bring in our John Santucci now, Aaron, who has covered the Trump administration for a number of years. We are seeing via social media that the president said we must all be praying for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. What more do we know about the deeper relationship between the president and Charlie Kirk, John?
Well, it's bigger than just the president, Kira. I mean, people describe Charlie Kirk as an extended member of the Trump family. Someone I spoke to just a few moments ago said Charlie Kirk was there from day one, going back to 2015. And really that relationship that began really with Donald Trump Jr., the president's eldest son. You know, even seeing social media posts by Vice President J.D. Vance, that's one of the reasons that Charlie Kirk helped bring J.D. Vance into the orbit along with Donald Trump Jr. It's the reason that J.D. Vance, in part, has his job, because this small little team connected by Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump Jr., that have been really friends for over a decade now, Kira. You know, one of the things that somebody said to me is that, you know, this is a guy that had been MAGA all the way, had been close to the family, had been someone they could rely on. He was somebody that, you know, would always do events last minute, create things around the Trump family. You know, think about some of the ways that we saw Donald Trump, you know, emerge amongst college students. Some people I've spoken to today reminding me that's because of Charlie Kirk and these events that he was doing on college campuses. You know, the other note I would make, Kira, is that today, as people are hearing this news around the White House, around the Trump administration, I'm told by my sources multiple friends of Kirk who are in the administration have joined together, have had prayer circles, praying for Charlie Kirk, praying for his young family. One person I spoke to said, you know, he just became a father not too recently. So that's one of the things that I think people are just grasping onto, the fact that they've seen this guy grow up. Right? This is not somebody that had been around politics in a big way before Donald Trump. You could argue their stars have risen together.
Talk to us more about Charlie Kirk and when he co-founded his organization and how the president felt about this organization and brought it into his orbit and just the impact that it's made on the conservative world, in particular younger people, like what we're seeing here at the university. I mean, there was a reason he chose to take this tour on and go to colleges and university campuses.
Yeah, and you have to note that this organization in some ways has helped Donald Trump expand his base. Think about the way Donald Trump changed his campaign this last cycle, right? Donald Trump's a guy that grew up in old school media. Kirk and other people like him really expanded Donald Trump's horizons, along with his youngest son, Barron Trump, in this past election, to talk to podcasters, talk to social media, talk to young people in different venues, right? Kirk was part of this small team, along with the eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., that was really exposing Donald Trump to these folks. You know, I think also the fact that Kirk had one of the starring roles in the Republican National Convention last summer speaks to the point that this is a guy that was entering center stage for young conservatives, really pulling them into the party, right? The GOP that was the grand old party, Kirk was really injecting youth into this party, into Donald Trump's orbit. And I think seeing the fact, you know, one of our colleagues mentioned this earlier in the air with you, Kira, that Charlie Kirk was already at the White House doing events with Donald Trump while he was back in office. I mean, to see the statements that have already come out, it just shows how close of a relationship this was. But I can tell you from my sources, and I saw it myself with my own two eyes, the night J.D. Vance accepted the Republican nomination last July, was this small group of Donald Trump Jr., J.D. Vance, along with Charlie Kirk, and just a few other aides. This was the team. This was this core group of guys that made it happen for J.D. Vance, and ultimately was part of the team that made it successful last November for Donald Trump.
And Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, putting out this statement now. This is an ongoing situation. We can confirm that Charlie Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital. We are praying for him at this time. Let's bring in Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky. Are we learning anything more about motive, the suspect, or Charlie Kirk's condition?
Nothing specific about motive or Kirk's condition, Kira, but according to eyewitnesses, the suspect, who was taken into custody by police, was overheard shouting, "I do it again." I've been speaking with law enforcement officials who, like we have, been watching some of the horrifying video of an event that shows hundreds of people gathered at an outdoor courtyard where Charlie Kirk was speaking beneath a tent when they heard a single shot. One law enforcement official who watched the video said it appears to have been a high-caliber weapon at a high velocity, a very difficult injury. And we know that eyewitnesses have described the severity of the injury that they said they witnessed after the single shot rang out and Charlie Kirk went down, Kira.
We know now that the campus has been closed. By the way, you're looking at an image, and we froze it. We do have video of the shot that rang out, the video that was rolling here. Someone in the crowd took this. We have gained access to it, but we're going to keep that in a frozen mode because it's the moment that shot was fired and hit, what we are told, Charlie Kirk in the neck. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas, as we see these last images before Charlie Kirk was shot, we do know the campus has been closed down. Classes have been canceled until further notice. Police, ATF, the FBI, all on the scene now, according to AG Pam Bondi. What more are you learning, Pierre Thomas, there out of DOJ?
Well, I spoke to a senior law enforcement official just a moment ago who said they're all waiting for an update on his condition. They all know that he is in the hospital. They're waiting for an update on his condition. And these officials have all been reviewing this video that we have access to as well. And one official I just spoke to said that law enforcement around the country right now, particularly for outdoor events involving public officials, are going to have to rethink security, especially people who might be controversial. This incident, again, has shaken official Washington, particularly the federal law enforcement officials from Bondi, the Attorney General, to the FBI Director, again, who all are in regular, constant communication with this White House in ways that some of their predecessors had not been. And these people know Mr. personally in many instances. So again, they're waiting on an update. All these sources are describing the situation as potentially grave. They're waiting, just like we are, to get an update. They are sending resources to try to lock down all information about the scene, interview witnesses, get whatever forensics evidence is available. All hands on deck situation. This is a top priority with the federal government right now.
Definitely all hands on deck. Former NYPD Chief of Detectives, also one of our contributors, Bob Boyce, just to sort of parlay off of what Pierre was just saying about rethinking security. There's so many factors here, Bob, right? We are in such a tense time politically. You have Charlie Kirk, mega podcaster, huge voice, especially among young conservatives, heading out on this tour to various campuses. And then we were learning about this divided opinion, according to the university's newspaper, even a petition that was circulating online, hundreds of students asking administrators to stop Kirk from coming. And then this happens. So many agencies now involved trying to find out more about this suspect who is now in custody, a possible motive. How did that weapon get inside this big venue? We know that, Bob, it was free, first come, first served tickets. It was open to the public, not just the university students.
Yeah, that's a big problem right there, Kara. You just nailed it. Is it open to outside people? And that's something you can't control. Secondly, going back to the outside venue, and a controversial person speaking in any way, with any kind of petition, any outside threats, we don't know right now. You really can't have it outside. You have to have a door to control, and that's important, especially in these times. We're really at a different point in our history that is really hard to believe. But you want to control that door. This way, you know who's inside, and you can walk around and identify anybody who's acting out of sorts. This is a big problem here, because this should have been prevented. Outside venues, and this was someone like this is a lightning rod to other people who's not afraid to talk about situations in our country, in our culture, our politics, is really going to generate a backlash. So those people in the petition, that's a clear sign right there. You really have to tap down and create a safe environment for everybody. And it's the outside people are just unexplicable to me. Why a university would let outside people come in and watch this on their campus, and that has to be answered.
And of course, we did receive video of the moment that shot rang out. We heard from our Aaron Katursky, Bob, that reports say that possibly that bullet hitting Charlie Kirk's neck, as our Aaron Katursky was describing, you could actually see blood pouring out. We did hear straight from Charlie Kirk's organization that he co-founded, Turning Point USA, that he is in the hospital, and they are all praying for him. Prayers coming from the President of the United States to those involved in his organization, those that have been on the tour with him. Aaron Katursky, anything new that you have learned as we will continue, of course, to hit the top of the hour here? We're trying to get as much information as possible about the condition of Charlie Kirk after being shot there on the university campus in Utah.
It seemed, according to eyewitness accounts and by law enforcement experts who have viewed the video, to be a very difficult injury from the single shot that struck Charlie Kirk. So everyone in the administration is sending prayers for his survival and well-being, but everyone is also braced for what could be some difficult news, Kira, because the single shot struck Charlie Kirk. Eyewitnesses said they saw a lot of blood coming from him, and then they all scattered. Now the university is urging everyone to leave campus to allow police to conduct the investigation. The suspect that was taken into custody, according to eyewitness accounts, was heard screaming, "I do it again," described as an older male wearing a blue shirt, someone who has white hair, but we've heard nothing else about the suspect, if it is indeed himself or his condition. So far, the local police have said nothing. It's only the university that's now urging everyone to clear out of campus, Kira.
Well, talking about clearing out of campus, we now understand the President of the United States is clearing out his entire schedule right now. Let's get straight back to the White House. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. What are you hearing from the President, Mary?
Well, Kira, as we've been mentioning, the president has a deeply close personal relationship with Charlie Kirk, and he is personally monitoring this. Sources tell us that he is clearing his schedule for the rest of the day. He was supposed to be having a dinner here at the White House in the Rose Garden later. A closed press dinner that has, we understand, now been postponed so the president can solely focus on this situation. The president has taken to social media, as we mentioned, describing Charlie Kirk as a great guy from top to bottom. We've seen this huge outpouring of support from leaders in this administration. The vice president calling him a genuinely good guy, posting a photo, a recent picture of him with Charlie Kirk and the president's son. These relationships run deep, and he is a powerful force for this administration as well. He's been described as Trump's youth whisperer. He has tapped in to this important base for the president, becoming, not just an influencer, but a rising star in the party and someone who has really, driven a lot of support to this administration. He's also deeply loyal to the president and someone who the president turns to for advice. He turned to him to help him vetting some appointees early on in this administration. The president trusts him. This is not just, a relationship of solely political convenience. He has been seen here at the White House in recent weeks and months. And of course, he is a fixture out on college campuses as he does these tours and these events, always leaning into debating whatever is the latest and, yes, oftentimes controversial topics.
And now we're hearing, Mary, from Kamala Harris tweeting, "I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." I do want to get to eyewitness Chase Hughes joining us by phone now. Chase, I understand you work for the student newspaper, the UVW Review there on campus. Let's begin. I do want to talk about an article that ran in your newspaper prior to Charlie Kirk arriving there on campus. But can you tell us where you were, what you saw, what you heard? All the details, Chase.
Yes, real quick, just so I can say it now, it's UVU Review, and it's a student-run newspaper. We were there, we were shooting the content for it. We had Logan, who's here with us today. He was actually on the far side of the courtyard with a straight shot at Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I was looking at him through my camera, filming from a balcony up above.
And so I walked around, and the atmosphere, there was a lot of people there, a lot of conservatives, a lot of liberals. Up and to the right of where he was at was kind of a crowd of them, and they had an LGBTQ flag. They had a sign that said Jesus was an immigrant, and they kind of were going back and forth, and Charlie made a couple of jokes to them, and they kind of would boo when he was saying things. The first person came out, had their questions like normal, went away, and then the second person came out. I was above him and to the right, and Logan was across from him, and as I was standing there, as the person was asking questions, which I believe had to do with shootings.
Yeah, so the second person who was asking questions was actually asking questions related to shootings, and they were bringing up transgender shootings, gangs, and things like that. And in the middle of his question, right when Charlie Kirk reached over to grab the mic, that's when he was shot.
You heard a big firecrack noise. I mean, I've heard gunshots before, but it felt like it rang in the courtyard as the shot came through. Everyone immediately started screaming. The security guard next to Charlie grabbed him, pulled him down. They ran back. People started fleeing. The people on the top of the balcony, the liberal students and some of the conservative students, started yelling at each other. I don't believe any sort of fighting happened, but some yelling there, and then everyone just fled the campus, and halls were cleared. We saw 2 Army soldiers pass us with guns on the way towards the middle of the campus where we were at in our newsroom.
So Chase and Logan, stay with me. I have a few more questions for you. Either one of you can answer this. Do you have any idea where that gunshot came from? Was it far back? Was it up close? Could you tell? Did it look like it was from the middle of the crowd? Any details about where you heard that shot come from?
Well, I could tell you based off of what we heard, and we do have video of him being shot, and we have that currently. We believe it probably came from how do I describe it? He's on the west side, and it's this courtyard, and it would probably come from east.
East up above on the balcony.
Up above on the balcony, but I would say even further back.
Yeah, close to where I was. Almost.
Really?
That's where it sounded like, because I heard it from behind me when it came.
So maybe 100 feet back?
Yeah, something like that might have been possible.
And just let me ask you this, Logan, do you also work for the paper or just you, Chase?
No, I also work for the paper. I was filming footage from the balcony when this occurred.
Okay, got it. So Chase Hughes, Logan Topham both work for the UVU Review, the student newspaper there at Utah Valley University. If you don't mind telling me about the article that actually was printed in the paper about the debate that was going on about Charlie Kirk even coming to your campus. Can you tell me about the divided opinion that was apparently relevant here on campus when students like both of you found out Charlie Kirk was coming here, that the American Comeback Tour was coming to your campus, and then this petition that started circulating online. Just give us a sense as we now look at the aftermath here on your campus. Clearly, it's been all cleared out. Campus is on lockdown. Classes have been canceled. But as we look into this courtyard where Charlie Kirk was talking, can you tell me about this divided opinion about Charlie coming and speaking here on your campus?
I can make this really easy for you. The reporter who actually wrote the article you're referring to is coming right here. So his name's Tim Larson.
Okay.
If you want to give us an answer to that question, I apologize. We had to run and get him. He can give you a better answer.
Sure. I can talk to either you or Logan while you grab Tim, the one who wrote the article.
He's right here.
Okay. Is Tim okay talking with me?
Yep, I'm good to talk.
Okay, Tim, I appreciate that. You wrote the article about the division that was taking place on your campus. There were students that wanted to hear from Charlie Kirk. There were clearly students that did not want to hear from Charlie Kirk. Can you describe to me the students that you talked to on both sides, what the feelings were, and just give us kind of an idea of just the tension before the shooting actually took place?
Yeah, so I was inside one of the buildings when it actually happened, but during writing the article beforehand, we wanted to put a lot of emphasis on trying to be as neutral as possible because it's a very divisive subject, right? We wanted to be as neutral as possible, get both sides as much as possible. And then when we actually were covering it there at the event, I went around and I was interviewing people. And yeah, some people were mixed on their opinions and emotions. Others were very in favor of him speaking. Others, I think, felt that he was kind of a divisive speaker and weren't exceptionally happy to see him on campus. But I think there was definitely a broad range of emotion there in the crowd.
Tim, Logan, Chase, all members of the student newspaper there, the UVU Review on Utah Valley University's campus. Appreciate your reporting, appreciate you adding balance and giving us an idea of where students were coming from and those that were in support of Charlie Kirk coming and those that were not. Clearly, that tension combined with gunfire, one shot ringing out and taking Charlie Kirk down, who now, according to his organization, is in the hospital after attending that debate as part of his American Comeback Tour on campus. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has been talking with the FBI, the ATF, local police. Can you bring us any new information on who this suspect may be, a motive, anything, Pierre?
Kara, this is a pregnant pause moment. Law enforcement officials waiting desperately for an update on Mr. Kirk's condition. They're all extremely concerned about it. They're all doing an assessment of the threat environment, and officials are talking to me privately about this being a highly unusual period of time, perhaps unprecedented in modern history, recent history anyway. And they're talking about just a spate of incidents, and I'm not going to give them in any particular order, but we've had 2 assassination attempts against President Trump, a terror attack on New Year's Day in New Orleans, Minnesota state legislators, the focus of a fatal shooting in the state of Minnesota, a a fertility clinic in California bombed, arson of the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania, a shooting at the CDC where the CDC headquarters sprayed with bullets, 2 Israeli embassy staff members assassinated in Washington, D.C. Those incidents have all happened in the last 12 months or so, many of them in the last 6 months. So this moment where neither the left nor the right is being spared in terms of being the targets of this politically motivated violence is one that has the complete attention of law enforcement officials and state and local law enforcement officials, federal as well. And the question is what to do about it. We are now hearing from people saying that we're going to have to reassess outdoor events involving controversial figures, political figures. So this moment right now where we're all waiting on his condition, law enforcement, federal officials, all of political Washington, if you will, now having to reassess another day involving violence in this country, perhaps potentially politically motivated.
Pierre, thank you. And Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. We should point out that while we are hearing from so many Republicans, from the President of the United States to the Vice President to the Attorney General, we are also hearing from people like Kamala Harris, both sides of the aisle condemning violence like this. Kamala Harris saying, I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. And that is the biggest concern clearly in our country right now, Mary, as Pierre just laid out the various attacks from the president to now Charlie Kirk, from assassination attempts to now one gunshot hitting Charlie Kirk, possibly in the neck. He's in the hospital. We don't know his condition, but it brings us to a much wider discussion about political violence taking place in our country.
And Kara, we are hearing these condemnations of political violence coming from both sides of the aisle. You mentioned Kamala Harris, also Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries echoing the same sentiment. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who appeared not that long ago on Charlie Kirk's podcast, describing this as disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Of course, we don't know yet what may have motivated this shooter. We have been talking a lot about Charlie Kirk's politics, but one thing that everyone can agree on is that there is simply no place in this country for this kind of violence. Yet, as Pierre outlined there, it is a reality, unfortunately, in this country. Certainly something that President Trump knows all too well, given the assassination attempts against his own life. We know that the president is personally monitoring this. He's cleared his schedule for the day. This is, as we have been saying, an administration that is personally deeply close to Charlie Kirk. There is a sense of shock and sadness here as everyone here tries to just comprehend what has happened and what this means. Charlie Kirk goes beyond just being a political ally and a loyal supporter of this president. He is close to this administration. He is someone who the president turns to. He is someone who the president has asked to help him vet appointees when he first came back into office earlier this year. He is someone who has close relationships, with the president's family. The president's son, Don Jr., once describing him as a rock star, of the far-right youth movement. He is really, at the center of this amazing, very powerful, influential, massive movement that he has started that has a huge spread, especially, of course, on college campuses where he frequently does events, much like the one that he was doing today, going out and speaking to students and talking about news of the day, the top issues of the day, leaning into political debate and discourse. And so this is something that is hitting very hard for for this president and this administration, and we know that the president is keeping a close eye on this personally, Kira.
And Mary, I just got my hands on part of the speech that Charlie Kirk gave at the Republican National Convention back last year in July, where he introduces himself saying, "I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action Together, the largest conservative grassroots organization in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. I visit college campuses so you don't have to." Saying that and chuckling there at the RNC. And now, Mary, we've talked to a couple of the students there that work for the school newspaper, even the young reporter that wrote the story for the UVU Review, the college newspaper there at Utah Valley University, talking about the campus, describing the mood on campus, that they had a divided opinion about Charlie Kirk coming today and speaking. There was even an online petition asking university administrators to stop Kirk from coming. So the campus knew it was going to be tense. It was going to be controversial. And now Charlie Kirk is in the hospital after we heard that gunshot ring out there while he was speaking. And we are told now that conversation was about the transgender community and gun violence.
Yeah, we still don't know exactly what motivated the alleged shooter, but of course he was talking, as he often does, about many controversial topics, it seems, including, LGBTQ rights, trans issues, gun violence. These are all things that he has talked about, at these events in the past. So it's not unusual. And I think Charlie Kirk also was well aware that he was a divisive figure. It was part of what, has made him so popular among so many young people, is the fact that he welcomed these debates. He relished it. I mean, he hosts these segments where he would sit down and challenge people to come up and debate him. He wanted to sort of, take you down in these kind of rhetorical debates. And he wanted to pick apart these issues. It became a real sort of hallmark of his. Again, we don't know what is behind this shooting, but certainly this was another event where Charlie Kirk was going to go out and talk about his political beliefs. And those beliefs are ones that in many ways were supported by this administration. The president really relying on him to help deliver him the youth vote. The president has praised him in the past for building such a massive and influential movement and for helping him. And they are close friends, Kira. I just don't think you can underscore enough that this is not just a political relationship, but the members of this administration are close friends with Charlie Kirk, and that is why we are seeing, I think, such shock and sadness and confusion and probably a lot of anger here at the White House as well.
Mary, thank you. Brad Garrett, former FBI agent. No doubt this is going to change security protocol at political events like this.
Oh, and I think even beyond that, Kira, corporations, insurance companies, things where people potentially are angry about something they make, something they've done, I think it could potentially create more thoughts about where you hold events and what security do you have. Now, granted, the issue when you tighten security at these events, it becomes more expensive. You've got to have people qualified to search bags, go through metal detectors, all of that stuff. But you even think about this from the realm of town hall meetings that every congressman probably holds. Even rethinking those. And, part of it's driven by two things. One is this adversarial atmosphere that we are in. And, if you combine that with sort of the anger and rage that people have to take out their feelings towards somebody that doesn't think the way they do or promoting something they think is wrong, you can end up with events like this. I'm not suggesting you're going to have shootings every day at some event. I'm only suggesting is that you're going to have to, if you are the person planning, if you are the congressman, you are a CEO, whatever you might be, you're going to have to rethink maybe how you do events and where you do them and how much can you control. You can still have the public come to these things, but you may have to funnel, as Bob Boyce pointed out earlier, you're going to have the public funnel through some sort of security, bag checks, whatever it might be, because obviously this guy was able to get, it sounds like, whatever high-powered means here, into this venue.
So, Brad, I'm told we have two more eyewitnesses on the phone with us now. Natalie and her daughter, Enya Hooray. They were apparently 5 feet away from Charlie Kirk when shots rang out there on the campus. Natalie, Enya, thank you so much for calling in. Natalie, can you just sort of take us to the scene, tell us exactly where you were and what happened?
Yes, so we arrived, my daughter and I, we were so excited to be able to come to this event. We couldn't believe we were going to see Charlie Kirk, and my daughter arrived long before me, because she was able to get away, and I came from my office after. So we weren't quite next to each other, which I'm grateful for. It started out the crowd was so excited. Like, he really was in a place where everybody was so just happy to see him. And he just started out with saying, I just want to know how much I love, like, the Mormons and the LDS, like, faith. And I'm so happy to be here. And there was a first person that came up and wanted to have a theology discussion. And, you know, we're all happy for that, but it's not quite the forum. And after Charlie Kirk gave him some leeway, and, you know, he was so polite and so nice. He said, hey, I just want you to know I really don't want to have, like, we differ on some things, and I love the Mormons, so, like, let's maybe stop here and take other questions. And it was so sweet. Like, and he just testified of Christ. Like, it was just, like, we just were so happy to have him there. And then it switched to the second question, so I took the camera down. It switched to the second question, and all of a sudden I heard the same pop as, like, when President Trump was being shot at. And I just saw Charlie, and I'm standing 5 yards away, like on the side, in the same place where he has his setup and his SUVs behind in the tunnel. And I just saw the shot, like, and the pop came, and he touched his neck, and he just fell down to the side. And immediately, I cannot believe how fast his team must have gotten him out of there. Like, you didn't even see him being carried out. We just fell to the ground. There were some heroes that stood up and protected all of us, just screaming to us to get down on the ground against the wall and then out. So I went out the same tunnel where Charlie Kirk and his team had all of their SUVs. So I saw the blood droplets on the ground. So they must have carried him that way. They must have had him in an SUV while they were waiting for the ambulance. And then right behind me, they came with a man who the police said he had told them that he was the one who shot Charlie Kirk. And that's all the confirmation that exists for now. I don't know if that was the actual shooter, and somebody says that it was a sniper, but the shot came from low down. It didn't come from a rooftop. It came from really low down. Somebody in that, like, atrium-style courtyard, that would seem more reasonable.
So, Natalie, you said you and your daughter were very excited to see Charlie Kirk. Can you tell me what it is about Charlie Kirk that brought you to the event today?
Well, I think it's just, a long time ago, I heard this quote, and there's a whole essay I found out. It says, evil wins when good men do nothing. And I think we've just kind of come to a place in America where we're cheering way too much for evil and the bad things, and we just wanted to see someone who spoke their heart, who wants to love their family, you know, and just, hey, let's be good people and do the foundational, like, good things. You know, I'm a single person, like, just dating. You see how whacked it is today. Everything is just out of, and you have a person who comes, and he's so sweet. Like, he's just sweet. He always takes people's questions. He has respect for them. You know, all this stuff. He just wants to come out and show he's doing that. He's not letting evil win. He was a good man who's standing up for something, and we really, really need it. And that's why we wanted to come and listen to him. So,
Natalie Hooray and your daughter Enya, I'm glad you are safe. Both of you eyewitnesses to the shooting that took place there on the campus today. Thank you for calling in. Washington Manager Editor Catherine Falter is now with us. Catherine, I understand your source is giving you some information about the shooting.
Yeah, Yeah, we are, of course, learning more information about the shooting as we've been discussing as it relates to Charlie Kirk. But Kira, as you know, President Trump has posted about this, and he's closely monitoring this with his top officials. We know that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel have been giving him briefings. I'm told by multiple sources inside the White House and administration officials that Trump has cleared his schedule, that he's canceled the dinner that he intended to have later this evening, that he was inviting cabinet officials to. He's cleared that from his schedule to monitor the situation. Still unclear if we will hear directly from President Trump. I know that's something senior White House officials are discussing, but of course, I'm told that this has obviously rattled everybody inside the White House. I've been talking to multiple senior White House officials who have used words like shock, anger, sadness, disbelief as all of this unfolds. Kira.
Catherine, thank you. And once again, if you are tuning in, conservative activist and mega podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot while speaking at an event in Utah there at the Utah Valley University. You know, he's the founder of Turning Point USA, that conservative student organization, has rallied a lot of support for President Trump in the conservative world, especially among young students like those attending his event today. He's known for his outspoken views on politics, culture, religion, many times taking his message to college and university campuses. He had just taken off on this American comeback tour, and now we are told he's possibly fighting for his life in the hospital right now. We are going to continue, of course, our coverage here on ABC News Live, also abcnews.com. David Muir will be back with the entire team for World News Tonight. I'm Kira Phillips here in Washington. I'm glad you were able to tune in and follow this story closely with us. We'll bring you all the latest details as we get them.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
And our breaking news coverage continues now on ABC News Live Reports. I'm Kana Whitworth in Los Angeles. As you heard there, conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has been shot at an event on the campus of Utah Valley University. School officials saying a suspect is in custody. They're also saying the campus is closed. They're urging everyone to get out now. We are waiting on an update on the condition of Charlie Kirk. Again, we're told that he is in the hospital. Yes, he's a conservative activist. He is also a young husband and father as well. And we will continue to monitor this very closely. I do want to bring in Richard Frankel. He's a former FBI special agent in charge and ABC contributor. And Richard Frankel, I'm hoping that you can hear me here as you're seeing some video. This is playing out in Orem, Utah. These are pictures of students that are running from the scene. We've heard from witnesses about the chaos and the aftermath. You see that people just left their belongings. You can actually see a stroller in that picture. That's because students were invited to this event, but also people who were not affiliated with the university were also invited to this event. So we're being told now, again, from sources here, perhaps the suspect is not in custody. This is an ongoing investigation, and we're getting a lot of information coming in here from both the university, from sources, and from law enforcement on the ground. We're also told that the FBI and the ATF are responding. We're getting words now from sources about a possible manhunt that may be underway in this area. Again, this is Orem, Utah, and this all happened as Charlie Kirk was on his very first stop in his American comeback tour. This is part of his Prove Me Wrong conversations, and you can see here the crowd that gathered around the tent. It was much bigger than that. That's just a single shot. And this is something that he does. He goes around to campuses all over this country and has conversations. I want to share with you that from Turning Point USA, as they're inviting people to come to this event for a lively discussion of freedom in America, they said, you don't agree with Charlie? Great. You go to the front of the line. See you there. Again, he wanted to have discussions with people who disagreed with him about his views. I want to again bring in Richard Frankel. He's a former FBI special agent in charge. And Richard, I'm hoping that you can give me your assessment here. Again, as we know, the ATF, FBI are responding to this scene. And it's interesting as we're getting some conflicting information here about potentially a suspect of some kind that is in custody, but now we're getting information that there's also a manhunt as well, highlighting the fact that what we've heard from witnesses is that this was a single gunshot. One gunshot. There wasn't multiple gunshots here.
Yeah, it could be that they have the right person, but there was another person associated with him, and now they're searching for that secondary person or other people that might have been supporting him. For all we know, he had a getaway car. He had support in the attack against Charlie Kirk. The other thing is that maybe they just got the wrong person. Shot rings out. They think it comes from a certain person. Everyone jumps on that person, and they then realize, no, we've got the wrong person. So now the bad guy is, in the crowd, in the wind, and has either escaped or at least is not at that location anymore. So now you're going to have to go back. You're going to have to go to the tapes. As we've all seen, there are a lot of people using their cell phones, or I'm sure there are cameras from the university. They're going to go back to those, try to triangulate on where the shot may have come from, and see if they can identify who the shooter was, if they don't, in fact, have the shooter. They're still going to be using all of that information to, again, try to see if they do have the shooter, was he being or she being assisted by anyone else? Was this a conspiracy of sorts, or is this a lone wolf shooter?
These are certainly important to nail down these details. I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, here, because, Aaron, it sounds like for a moment there was some conflicting information coming from the university, but now you've spoken with officials from the Orem Police Department that are now saying that there is no suspect in custody. So does that insinuate here that the suspect is at large, that there's a manhunt underway?
It does seem that way, Kana, and it's not clear whether the authorities know who they're looking for or not. But after initially saying that there was a suspect in custody, the university and Orem police now say a suspect is not in custody. There is still a suspect at large, according to the authorities, though there is no call to shelter in place at this time. So perhaps authorities kind of have an indication of where this individual might be if they're not asking the public to shelter in place. They don't seem concerned about the larger public safety issue, but they do say there still is a suspect at large now.
And so if there's a suspect at large, Aaron, I know we had some reporting and there's some circulating video as well of authorities removing a man from this scene who was yelling certainly questionable things at that moment.
Well, and that individual, according to eyewitnesses, was yelling, "I do it again." But maybe that's not the individual. That's not the shooter. Maybe there are multiple suspects that they're looking for and trying to track down. But they do say, according to Orem authorities, that there is still a suspect at large. What role that individual played it has not been made clear. Who it is has not been made clear. But the authorities are simultaneously telling the community there is no need to shelter in place, even as the university has asked people to evacuate the campus.
They certainly have. And Aaron, I'm wondering if you can shed any light here. We've heard from witnesses who feel like this shot came from at least 100 feet back from some kind of elevated level. Again, reiterating here, this was a single shot. Do we know any additional details about how this played out?
We, like many law enforcement officials around the country, have watched the difficult and horrifying video of the moment the shot rang out. Based on that, it seems like this shot was fired from a high caliber weapon at a high velocity. The nature of the injury seemed very grim as we've seen it, and the condition of Charlie Kirk has not been clarified as of yet.
Aaron Katersky, thank you for your reporting. And again, so now our understanding here from authorities is that there is a manhunt underway, that a suspect is not in custody after the shooting of Charlie Kirk on campus in Orem, Utah. So we are going to continue to follow that as well. I do want to bring in an eyewitness, Jeremy King. He's joining me now over the phone. He captured video that actually shows these first responders and people sort of rushing Charlie Kirk away after this shooting. Thank you so much for joining me. Are you able to hear me?
And thank you for having me.
Of course. We're playing the video now here that you shot, and I'm hoping that we can re-rack that and play that again for our viewers. It's our understanding that Charlie Kirk's personal security team was very quick to get on him and to get him out of there. And you're seeing people rush what I assume is him into the back of an SUV. Tell me about this video.
So what sounded like either a firecracker or a low caliber .22, because we're up front, right? We're not near the shooter. And so it took a minute to realize this wasn't staged. This was actually happening. He fell back in his chair. And at that moment, everyone went down. Everyone that I could see went down. I stood over my wife looking for an active shooter. At that point, we didn't know what was going on. And very quickly, they escorted Charlie out. At that point, I knew, this is just a single shot event, or it felt like that was just a single shot event. So we evacuated what looked like the quickest way out, which happened to be following Charlie. And so at that point, knowing that this was, a very significant event, I pulled out my phone and recorded the security putting Charlie in the vehicle that we saw him arrive in just moments before this.
You're also seeing what looks like local police sort of keeping the crowd back there at the very end of this video. And as we're discussing this, I'd like to remind our audience that not only is he a conservative activist, he is a young husband and has young children. I think that's really important to keep in mind as we're discussing this, because that video that you shot is very scary. You can see Charlie Kirk's arm sort of just hanging there.
Right after the shot, Charlie, I looked at his face and it was lights out. I mean, his eyes closed. He fell back. He did not move. And that was the moment where it was, this is real. This is really happening. The police officer, he ran in front of me and a few others behind me that were exiting out that way. And then we moved out and around to the outside. And, this was only the second question of the night. The first question was kind of lighthearted. Everyone was clapping, and it was fun. It was very lighthearted up until that moment. It got a little more serious with the second question, but up until then, it's just very surreal.
It's my understanding, and a bit of cruel irony here, that this second question was actually about gun violence.
Correct. It was gun violence and with the LGBTQ community, and whether or not they should be allowed to have firearms, and he just started to reply to that when the shot went off.
I think I can maybe hear your wife in the background too, Jeremy. I'm happy if she wants to chime in here as well. I'm interested in all perspective that you can share. As you're speaking, we're seeing pictures as well of the aftermath here, and one thing that stands out to me is that people's items are just strewn about. People ran. There's a stroller there. I mean, there are people there with their kids.
Oh, there was families there with their kids. We were standing by a couple that had checked their kids out of school just so that they had the opportunity to see Charlie Kirk. There was not just UVU students, but older generation. I mean, just a wide spectrum of ages.
Security.
Yeah.
And maybe Amy could speak to the security, because we had tickets, but we never had to show any proof of those tickets. We were never screened. And frankly, we were able to move right down 15, 20 feet away from Charlie during the event without ever passing anyone or showing any kind of identification or tickets.
And am I guessing there was no metal detectors, anything like that to walk through?
No, not at all. Like we were literally on the front row.
I mean, it was open campus. I mean, right. It felt like a campus. People are coming and going. Charlie's a big enough name now that it's surprising that they haven't maybe changed that platform and how they address the college students.
Perhaps, though, that's part of what he wants at Turning Point USA, right? I'm really struck by how they invited people here, saying, right, if you don't agree with Charlie, great, you go to the front of the line. He wanted to have conversations with people who disagreed with them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even the tickets, we didn't have to pay for the tickets. It was just send us your email, and then they send us the barcode too. So there was no, information that they asked for us. But yeah, on the forum, he invited everyone. He was like, we're open to all questions, and I think that's what brought us to. We've never really been to an event like this, and we were just intrigued. It was so close to home, and that's why we decided to go and check it out.
Can I ask, do you live in the Orem area, and are you hearing anything from authorities right now? Because what we're told is that there is still a suspect that is on the loose. So there's currently a manhunt underway. And while they have cleared out campus and they don't want anyone there, there is no shelter-in-place order.
So we evacuated fairly quickly just to get ahead of the circus that was coming. We passed maybe 9 or 10 police officers and fire trucks. So I know that was, the shooting according to our recollection was 12:22, and I would say within 5 to 10 minutes
you had a swarm of people coming.
10 plus vehicles.
But I have two nieces that go to UVU, and one was in her office, and they shut down she couldn't even get to her vehicle. They actually shut down campus. So
yeah,
as of almost 2 hours after the shooting, she was still on campus, and a lot of people were still in classrooms.
Can I just ask you, from your perspective here, you've got two nieces there. How do you have the conversation with them now, given the culture of violence in this country, and now you see it playing out in quiet Orem, Utah?
I would say we've come across the time where these events are going to change. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen like this moving forward. I think this is that moment. You would think maybe with Trump and what happened with his shooting that would have been the last time where these events play out. But I feel like with this event with Charlie, I don't see how this happens moving forward. So I feel like we've reached that point where we've got to rethink how we do these open forum events.
And here you're hearing from Jeremy King and his wife. They are the ones that shot the video there of Charlie Kirk being rushed to a waiting SUV by his own security detail after he was shot, a single shot at this event in which he was asking people to prove me wrong. It's a campus event that he has done time and time again at campuses across this country. And a horrifying end to this as we still await an update on his condition. Kings, thank you so much for being on with us. We really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, now as well. Mary Bruce, it's our understanding the president has essentially cleared his schedule today. We're hearing from our John Carl, who says he briefly spoke with the president about Charlie Kirk. We know these two are incredibly close. That might even be an understatement.
Yeah, they are close. They are close friends. They are close political allies. Obviously, the president has thanked Charlie Kirk many times for the work he has done, especially with young people around this country. The president has cleared his schedule for the rest of the day. He is personally monitoring all of this, and he did briefly just speak with our Jonathan Karl, telling John it's horrific. It's one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. The president saying he was a great guy. He was a good man. He was an incredible guy. We are hearing this outpouring, Kana, from top leaders in this administration, all sending their thoughts and prayers and describing their relationships with Kirk because, of course, he was so close to so many and is so close to so many in this administration. There is a real sense, I'm told, of shock and disbelief and sadness here at the White House today as everyone from top to bottom in this administration try to unpack this horrific act of violence. And of course, we are hearing from the other side of the aisle this real bipartisan chorus of condemnation for political violence in this country. We have heard from Kamala Harris, from Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in Congress. We've also heard from California Governor Gavin Newsom, who described this as disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Gavin Newsom had an interesting relationship with Charlie Kirk. He was on his podcast not that long ago because, as you mentioned, Charlie Kirk is someone who enjoys sparring. He wants to talk to people who don't agree with him. It is part of this movement that he has really started in such a small amount of time. When you think that he founded his organization when he was just 18 years old, he's now 31. He is a fixture on college campuses, holding events much like this one, where he, as you mentioned, challenges people to prove him wrong. He goes out and debates and relishes debating the top issues of the day, and often controversial issues. Of course, we don't know what may have motivated this shooter, but Charlie Kirk is such a fixture in the youth movement on the far right, the MAGA movement. He's been described as Trump's youth whisperer, and he's loyal to Trump. It's someone that Trump turns to. You know, Trump has asked for his advice in helping to vet appointees in his administration. This is not just sort of a political ally, but someone who the president is really close to. He's been seen here at the White House in recent months. So a remarkably close relationship relationship, an unusual relationship, and one that I know the president is now closely monitoring personally. What is happening and unfolding here, and sending his thoughts and prayers to Charlie Kirk and his young family, his wife and his 2 small children, Kana.
Right, 2 children under 5, and many, I think, looked to Charlie Kirk potentially as the future of the Republican Party. We know he's accredited essentially, right, Mary, with helping to deliver Donald Trump the youth vote. He gave young conservatives a place to voice their opinions and feel like they were supported in a way that you didn't see a lot of other young people doing. You think about his speech at the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, he really tapped into the political power of young people, young conservatives in this country. There is a reason that he is viewed as the most influential, right-wing activist in this country, and why he was given such a prominent speaking role at the RNC. He helped to deliver to Donald Trump this key constituency, and helping to grow his movement even further. Donald Trump Jr. has described him as a complete rock star in the party. Rising star doesn't seem to quite explain enough just the influence and scope and how massive his following is. Millions and millions of followers who listen to his podcasts, who follow closely what he says, and who show up at his events across the country at college campuses just like the one we saw here today.
Mary Bruce, thank you. He certainly has created a movement in this country. And this, again, was his first stop on his tour, because he wanted to, again, challenge people to prove him wrong. And that was part of the reason why he was stopping there in Orem, Utah. And again, you're seeing the aftermath of all of that playing out. We're now hearing from President Trump. The president is making an announcement here. The president has announced that Charlie Kirk has passed. We want to send now to David Muir. Being told that David Muir and our special events team is going to take over in a moment. The president is saying that Charlie Kirk has passed. We are going to hear more on that in a moment. I want to bring in Alex Mallon from our Department of Justice reporting team. Alex, thank you for being here with us. My heart is racing a bit, if I'm being honest, because this is a really, really tough day as we have covered the shooting of Charlie Kirk that we are now learning he has passed. He is a young 31-year-old father of 2. David Muir has the rest.
Correspondent Mary Bruce with late reporting. Mary, the president breaking the news just moments ago.
Just moments ago, David, in a post on Truth Social, let me read this to you. The president saying the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead, saying no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie, saying he was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. The president saying, Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family, adding, Charlie, we love you. The president was incredibly close to Charlie Kirk. He has been described as Trump's youth whisperer for the way that he tapped in to the political power of young people in this country. He started a massive movement of young people across this country through events very much like the one that he was hosting today in Utah. His podcast listened to by millions. The president had a close personal relationship, not just political, but personal relationship with him. David, I can tell you that this White House today is saddened, is shocked, and is outraged by what we have seen and this horrific violence and the death of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, stay with us here, Mary, as we continue to report this out. Charlie Kirk, President Trump confirming moments ago, did not survive this shooting on a campus in Utah today. And just to bring our audience up to speed, as you know, he's a conservative activist, podcaster, traveling to college campuses across this country. The director of Turning Point USA. His wife was Erica, 31 years old, Charlie Kirk, 2 children, the youngest of which turned 1 just this past May. And he's known, obviously, not just for his activism and his visits to college campuses. He was an author, a media personality, a podcaster. And as Mary said moments ago, it is hard to overstate just how deeply connected Charlie Kirk was to President Trump and to the Trump family. Not an official advisor within the White House, but certainly an advisor in an unofficial role in very close contact with people who are closest to President Trump in the White House and with the president himself. And on this point, I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. John, you had a very brief conversation with President Trump just moments ago. What did he say?
I had a brief conversation with the president over the phone. He sounded quite upset, quite down about this. He told me it's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. He was a great guy. He was a good man. He was an incredible guy. There's nobody like him. Charlie Kirk, as Mary pointed out, was truly a personal confidant of the president, incredibly close to the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., and really, in many ways, the beating heart of the MAGA movement, his Turning Point USA organization, not just a campus organization, David. This was an organization that put on some of the largest and most ambitious conventions, rallies, events for Donald Trump around the country with pyrotechnics and huge crowds. Also, one other thing I think that is very important about Charlie Kirk is that he was somebody, particularly in recent months, who was making a point to try to engage with those that he disagreed with. Look, he had far-right views, some very controversial views, but he sat down not long ago and did a podcast with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. On his college campus tours, he would often give speeches. He would be protested. But then when it was over, when the discussion was over, his part of speaking, he would welcome questions from the crowds, including hostile questions in many cases from college students, and engage in those who found his views deeply problematic and offensive. He wanted to engage in those people, and he did so directly. And in fact, that appears to be what he was doing today in Utah when this horrific event happened.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. John, thank you. John Karl reporting on his call with President Trump moments ago. And again, Charlie Kirk has died after being shot at Utah Valley University. You heard John mention there that he welcomed debate, wanted to engage on college campuses, was known for his conservative views, though he welcomed people from the other side of the aisle and tried to engage with them. Engaging in debate, heated debate at times. And in fact, as John mentions, it was during one of those questions, one of those debate-like moments that this horrible event played out in Utah today. Let's get the latest on the suspect, because for a time, school officials had said a suspect was in custody, but police at this hour say the suspect is still at large. So let's bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, to help us make sense of the language, the semantics here. Bottom line, police are saying that the suspect is still at large. Bring us up to speed on that part of this and what we thought was the case, that there was someone in custody in connection potentially.
Just after the shooting took place, David, the university had said that the shooter was in custody, but quickly the university and Orem police in Utah are now saying there is still a suspect at large. But they've also told us, David, there is no call to shelter in place at this time. So there does not appear to be a concern by law enforcement about any wider threat from the individual who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. This all went down just after noon local time in Utah. Kirk was speaking beneath a tent at an outdoor event on the university campus. It was a controversial event from the start. Supporters of his and opponents of his were gathered in that space together. The eyewitness accounts have said it was probably 60-40 supporter versus non. And he was being asked a question about gun violence on American campuses when that shot rang out. Law enforcement sources who have seen the same video we have, David, have taken a look at it and said it appeared the shot came from a high caliber weapon. It does not appear that Kirk could have survived the nature of his very grim injury to the neck.
Stick with us here, Aaron. I have some follow-up questions for you. And for our audience watching, we're going to be on the air right up until about 5 p.m. Eastern. For many of you here in the East, we'll then join your local news at 5 p.m. Aaron Katersky, I want to come back to you because we're looking at the crowds there at Utah Valley University, racing from the scene when they heard that gunshot. Obviously, we're not going to show the moment. It is horrific. And when the shot was fired, as you point out, Aaron, and John Carl was talking about this earlier, he was engaged in what he welcomed, which was debate from all angles, all sides. And it was a question, in fact, about gun violence and mass shootings in this country over the last several years, Aaron. And it appeared, and it's very early, and obviously the investigation is just underway, but it appears that that shot was fired from, what, a couple hundred yards away, another building on campus there?
It would seem so, about 200 yards away, David, but the authorities haven't said for sure. They have not identified the weapon, but law enforcement sources are telling us it appears to have been a high-caliber weapon. The shot fired at a high velocity, striking Charlie Kirk. It appeared from the video, and according to eyewitnesses, in the neck. It was a very bloody injury. Immediately, the crowd gathered there in that courtyard to hear him speak started running and saying they could not believe what they had witnessed. There was security with Charlie Kirk. His visits on campuses across the country are often controversial. It appeared to us to be about 5 or 6 individuals making up his security detail. Often they're scanning the crowd for weapons at close range, maybe not something off in the distance. And it was his private security detail that appeared to carry Charlie Kirk from the scene, race him away from campus, where he has now been pronounced dead by President Trump.
Of course, those moments, the video likely being seen across the internet, shows just how horrific this was. Thousands of students on that campus had gathered to hear Charlie Kirk, the conservative political activist, Turning Point USA. President Trump has credited Charlie Kirk with helping him to get elected again, to return to the White House, that it was Charlie Kirk who in large part was responsible in many ways for engaging young people across this country in a conservative movement to try to get President Trump back into the White House. The president himself has talked about the value of Charlie Kirk and having him so close as an outside advisor. And there you see them on the stage there. I want to bring in Pierre Thomas because, Pierre, our Chief Justice correspondent, you have reported often on this broadcast, World News Tonight, and here on ABC, about the political climate in this country and that authorities were worried about precisely this.
Indeed, David. I have a little bit of information to add to our reporting before I get to that. Law enforcement officials have been sent a bulletin regarding the situation, and I'll read to you what some of it says. It said that there was a video of an older man being taken into custody, but local authorities have confirmed to their colleagues that he is not the shooter. That person was not the shooter, and at this time, quote, there is no suspect in custody. So my sources that I just spoke to, one of my sources I just spoke to said this is a dangerous and ongoing situation where shooter or at least one shooter is still out there. I asked the source any clear indication of whether they have a specific identity that they're looking for. They have no updates. So, David, again, a very dangerous situation. And
so, Pierre, let's just drill down on that, the news of this moment, what you're reporting here, because we had been on the air, people are on the air across the broadcast and cable spectrum here. For a time, there were reports and even some still images across social media of a man, it appeared, being taken into custody. Is that person is not in custody or is not connected to this? Just clear that up. And again, when police say the suspect is still at large, that's what we're to believe at this hour?
Correct. Again, law enforcement from around the country, they were made aware of a person temporarily taken into custody, but they have since determined, at least as of now, they do not believe that person was the shooter. That is the information that's been sent to law enforcement agencies around the country. There is no suspect in custody. They emphasize that, and now a manhunt underway to figure out who did this and why.
Pierre Thomas in our Washington Bureau. Pierre, thank you. I want to take our audience through what we have here, what we're comfortable sharing with you at home. Obviously, we're not going to show the horrific moment that played out in Utah today. The actual moment itself, because it's impossible to look at and wouldn't want to do that to you at home. But Charlie Kirk, just 31 years old, youth activist across the country. President Trump, the Trump family, often giving him credit for helping to bring young people into the movement to get President Trump back into the White House. There you see him. He was sitting under a tent right there at the university. There you can see another view of him. He was taking questions from the crowd, interacting with them, which is what he often does on his trips around the country, and had just begun another swing through the country. There had been thousands who signed petitions for him not to come. On the other side, there were at least 1,000 who said he should come to campus. But that kind of heat, that kind of controversy is something that he was very comfortable with. It's what drove his activism, and what he would often do is engage with people on all sides, take their questions, point, counterpoint, and it was during one of those moments, during one of those questions, that then gunfire a distance away, as you heard from Aaron Katersky, not confirmed but believed to be a couple hundred yards away, somewhere on that campus. Gunfire then rang out after a question about gun violence in this country, about mass shootings in recent years in the United States. Then all of a sudden you heard the gunfire, you heard the gasps of the people who were gathered there, some people saying run, and of course the image itself is just simply horrific. You could see that he was shot, it looked like in the neck, though we'll let authorities confirm that. There was blood coming from his neck. And as we reported here moments ago, it's believed that his security detail, his private security detail, is the group that then took him, raced him off that campus in the urgent effort to try to save Charlie Kirk. Again, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, you can understand that we're thinking about Charlie Kirk's wife. Her name is Erica. Charlie Kirk himself was just 31 years old. He had two young children, the youngest of whom turned one just this past May. I want to bring in Catherine Faulders, our Washington managing editor. And Catherine, it's impossible to overstate Charlie Kirk's influence within the White House, even though he wasn't an official advisor. And President Trump himself often giving Charlie Kirk a lot of credit for bringing young people into the fold.
Yeah, absolutely, David. The president himself did give Kirk a lot of credit along the way, of course, leading up to his win in November on the campaign trail. In fact, he gave Kirk a lot of credit, if not most of the credit, for a lot of that younger vote and for mobilizing a lot of those voters to go out and vote for him. I know the multiple times I've been over at the White House, I've witnessed Charlie Kirk there in the West Wing talking to advisors, of course, not a formal advisor. He was responsible, David, for helping with a lot of the vetting of the top cabinet officials and had a lot of input. He was one of those people right next to Trump in a lot of these meetings in his ear, and Trump was taking his advice. It wasn't just the White House, it was across government agencies, the Department of Justice. I know Kirk was very close with the Attorney General, with the Deputy Attorney General, so he did have quite an influence within the administration, even though he wasn't so outwardly seen, if you will, at these agencies.
Catherine Faulders with us from our Washington Bureau. Catherine, we appreciate you and the team and the reporting here this afternoon on a very difficult story. Again, Charlie Kirk, co-founder of Turning Point USA, was shot and killed in Utah at a campus event, to the horror of the thousands who had gathered there. He was in the middle of what has become a trademark for him at these visits, in the middle of a debate, of sort of back and forth, questions being asked of him. I want to show you there was a moment of silence on the House floor in Washington for Charlie Kirk just moments ago. Bipartisan calls to calm this down, to bring the rhetoric down in this country. Again, there was a moment of silence that came in from Washington. The images right there. There have been calls from both sides of the aisle to do something to tone down the rhetoric in this country. There are some of the images from the House floor. And we're even hearing from former Vice President Kamala Harris, who obviously was in a very contentious campaign against President Trump leading up to the most recent election. Charlie Kirk obviously was working to help get President Trump back into the White House. And even so, the former vice president saying, "I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers. Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." Again, calls from both sides of the aisle to calm down the rhetoric in this country. We're going to have much more on Charlie Kirk, the horrific event as it played out in Utah today. I'll see you for World News Tonight. For many of you, your local news is next.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
And our breaking news coverage continues now on ABC News Live Reports. I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles as we cover the murder of conservative activist, young husband and father, Charlie Kirk. We heard moments ago from the president who wrote on social media, "The great, even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us." He gave sympathy from he and his wife and love to Charlie's wife, Erica, and their two young children, 1 and 3 years old. I want to bring in Selena Wang, who's live at the White House for us. And Selena, we know, Selena, they're in New York. So listen, we know that there were bipartisan calls here in support of him. David Muir just showed moments ago there the moment of silence they took on the House floor. Tell us about the reaction right now that is pouring in from Washington.
Well, Kana, at the White House, I can tell you everybody is rattled by this. We've heard everything from anger to disbelief to shock. It is hard to overstate just how influential he was within the MAGA community, where he was really seen as the core of the movement, but also how close he was to the president personally, professionally. He was not an official part of this administration, but he was frequently at the White House, in frequent contact with the president, with his top advisors. He was really credited, who the president often gave him credit for mobilizing young voters, for bringing out the youth base to vote for President Trump. He has really been a fixture within that orbit, and including with the president's son and with his family members. I mean, Charlie Kirk was only 18 years old when he founded Turning Point USA, this conservative activist organization. They would go out to college campuses, have these very large, ambitious events. Kirk was known for getting into these very heated debates. He liked having fiery debates with students, and he'd often take very controversial positions on topics. But he was seen as being able to fan out this movement, going across the country, holding these types of events. He was somebody that the president deeply respected. We're told that earlier today, the president, he actually cleared out his calendar, changed his schedule for the rest of the day. He canceled a planned dinner with some cabinet officials, as well as with other outside guests, so he could continue to monitor this situation. But the mood at the White House today is certainly one of somber, of grief, and of shock.
There's no question about that. Charlie Kirk, many things, but he certainly was a defender of traditional family values. And now his family no longer has him after he made his first stop in his Prove Me Wrong tour in Orem, Utah. I bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. And Aaron, there's been some questions here about a suspect initially thought to have been in custody. Now it sounds like there is an ongoing manhunt. And certainly this is a community on edge.
No doubt about it. And the campus has been emptied, evacuated. Utah Valley University said at first, Kana, that a suspect had been taken into custody, and eyewitnesses described an older man with white hair wearing a blue shirt saying something to the effect of, "I'd do it again." But then we heard from the university and from Orem, Utah police that there is still a suspect at large. At the same time, Kana, the authorities are saying there is no shelter in place, so they do not appear to be fearful of any kind of follow-on shooting, perhaps believing that this was a targeted attack against Charlie Kirk. There was panic, certainly, in that event space outdoors where Kirk was speaking to a crowd of hundreds, a mix of supporters and opponents. About 60-40 was the breakdown, according to eyewitnesses. And as Kirk had taken a question about gun violence on American campuses, that, eyewitnesses said, is when the single shot rang out.
Gun violence, nonetheless, and the cruel irony of this. Aaron, you mentioned video circulating. There's also video circulating of Charlie Kirk's private security team, rushing around him and then rushing him to a waiting SUV, where it sounds like he was rushed to the hospital, where it was not that long until we heard the tragic news there from the president that he had passed. Again, reminding our viewers, this was a single gunshot, right? What more do we know about the incident?
A single gunshot that law enforcement sources say in all likelihood was fired from a high caliber weapon at a high velocity. It appeared from eyewitness accounts and video accounts that Charlie Kirk was struck in the neck and the injury was not going to be survivable. It appeared to be very bloody, and eyewitnesses described seeing that gruesome scene. His private security detail consisted, it appeared, of 5 or 6 individuals who rushed him from campus and took him away to try and save his life. His visit was known to be controversial, Kana. He delved into controversial topics, held controversial opinions, and the campus had been divided ahead of his arrival as to whether he should be allowed to speak. That did not presage any violence, of course, but Charlie Kirk does travel with private security. They rushed him from the tent where he had been speaking, tried to save his life to no avail, as President Trump has now announced Charlie Kirk is dead.
Aaron Katersky, our thanks to you for your updates on this investigation. As always, I also want to bring in our investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin, for more on this. She's joining us from New York. And Olivia, we have heard from witnesses here that talk about just how terrifying this was. They also talked about, they wanted to go there, to be there, to support him. But even they were surprised at the lack of security that they navigated in getting there. A reminder to people that this was an event that was not just open to people that attend this university. This was an event that was open to everyone. And in the aftermath of it, you can see that was true. People brought their kids, their strollers that were left behind, Olivia.
Certainly, and I think, you talk about the lack of security, this being open to all types of people, sort of speaks to the sort of organization and the sort of movement that Kirk was running. We've heard a bit about it from John Carl, this idea of engaging with young people, engaging people who have different perspectives than you. These college campus talks were the cornerstone, essentially, of what he did. And we can't say it enough. President Trump, many people in the MAGA movement credited him with helping lift President Trump back to power in 2024 during his campaign by really engaging young people. And again, he really spoke to people who were across the political spectrum. Think about his podcast that he did recently with Governor Newsom of California. That's a Democrat. I can say, Kana, I've interviewed Charlie Kirk before, and I can tell you where I interviewed him was at the DNC last summer. He told me he was there because he wanted to see what was going on with the Democrats. He wanted to talk to people who were there. I interviewed him right there on the grounds of the DNC, just outside of where speakers for the Democrat Party were talking. And, that sort of speaks once again to just sort of the movement that he was running. And I can say, many people around him really viewed him as sort of one of the cornerstones of the sort of young, up-and-coming MAGA movement. Some of his closest friends included the president's son, Don Jr. He was quite close with J.D. Vance. I spoke to sources who said he was involved personally with the vetting of candidates for Trump's administration there in the room at Mar-a-Lago. This is a key figure of the Trump administration, though he is not someone that necessarily served in the White House, because we know that he did not. But again, really seen as someone who was a cornerstone of that movement moving forward, Kana. Again, that young part of the movement, which so many people said was critical.
Well, you have to wonder, Olivia, don't you, if the White House potentially was in his future. As you mentioned, he's 31 years old. He was a young man. He is highly credited with really delivering the youth vote for President Trump. You mentioned speaking with him at the DNC, but his role at the Republican National Convention was a pivotal one. And you could see how the party was leaning into his message that more often than not was around traditional family values.
He spoke about traditional family values quite frequently, Kana, just from as I said, interviewing him, speaking to those around him over the years, watching his events, everyone knew him, could sort of speak to what he stood for. Again, so much emphasis on family values. He posted about it on social media all the time. In fact, Fox News just shared a clip of one of the most recent times that he was on Fox News on set that they say was just weeks before this horrific shooting. And his kids are there in the video. They show a video of them running up to him. Again, we've said it. He has 2 young kids, a young wife. Again, you have to think of his family at a time like this, especially for a man who made traditional family values and his family such a central part of his belief system, of his world, of who he was. And that is something, again, that those around him sort of drilled in was quite essential for him, Kana.
Olivia Rubin, thank you as always. And again, she's right? He is a young husband. He's a young father. There's a family in mourning tonight. There are people mourning across this country. There are also people that are just terrified after this event played out right in front of them. I want to bring in Emma Pitts. She's a staff writer at a local paper in Salt Lake. Emma, thank you for being here with us. So it's my understanding that, frankly, you were quite close when this happened, just 5 rows back. Can you tell me about what you saw?
Yeah, of course. Kirk had only been there for about maybe 10 minutes, and he was on his second question, like you said, regarding mass shooting. When I heard the noise, it sounded similar to a firecracker, and I watched as so much blood came out of Kirk's neck, and he closed his eyes and began to fall limp.
And say that last part again?
I heard the noise, and then so much blood I saw come out of, it seemed like his neck, and then his eyes closed and he went limp almost immediately.
That's just terrifying. We had another witness describe it as almost like watching lights go out, which is tragic, knowing now the fatal outcome of this. Were you going there as a writer for work, or were you going there just to be a part of it?
Yes, so I was going to cover for our outlet. It's Deseret News, located in Salt Lake City. I'm a political reporter for them, and I had offered to do it because I knew Charlie Kirk was just an interesting individual, and I wanted to know what the crowd was going to be like and the atmosphere, and it really was such a positive atmosphere. Everyone was so excited that he was coming, so the contrast 10 minutes in I'm still in shock about.
You talk about the positive outcome there. We know that probably one of the reasons why you wanted to go cover this is that he did enjoy engaging in people that had different thoughts than he did. And this was his first stop on this Prove Me Wrong tour. This is a tour that he's done for many years where he engages with young people about a variety of topics, some of them a bit controversial at times, but he doesn't seem to shy away from that.
Yeah, not at all. And the question that he was asked was regarding the mass shooting, and he was responding to the debater, and before he could even respond, the gun went off. So again, it was so quick into it. We still can't believe that it happened.
We heard from someone else, a writer at the local student paper, who felt like they thought maybe the gunshot came from 100 feet back or so. Do you have any idea of where this shot rang out from?
No, again, it was behind me, so I don't know how far. And in that moment, as soon as we heard the gunshot and I watched his eyes close, we all hit the ground. My coworker was with me. We were co-bylining the story, and strangers were just all hugging each other, trying to get as close to the ground as possible.
As journalists, we cover a lot of things. I have a feeling that that's probably an image that will stay with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. And I'm just, in that moment, my coworker and I just prayed for his family and for him. And now knowing that his death has been confirmed, I can't help but just pray for his family.
And what message do you want people to know about what this area is like? I know that you write in Salt Lake and you traveled up a little bit further north, I believe, to Orem. But what is this community like now, keeping in mind here that there is still a manhunt underway?
Yeah, Utah County has the nickname Happy Valley. It's a little bit south of Salt Lake City, and it really is a very welcoming and happy community. I don't think any of us suspected this. There was a little bit, I think, I was a little alarmed when I walked in and nobody checked my bags. There was not a ton of security, and we were given general admission tickets when we signed up, but again, nothing was scanned. And I thought to myself, I hope that are watching these people, because like you said, as a journalist, I'm always aware when I'm in those tense situations.
Yeah, you're not the first person that's mentioned the surprising, essentially, lack in security that they witnessed there. We know that that's part of his community engagement, though, right? He wants to be up close to people, but there is some concern there, especially for members of the crowd as well. Thank you so much for coming on with us. We appreciate you being here, and we look forward to reading your report on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to bring in our ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce. Thank you for being here with us. I do want to talk a little bit about this manhunt that appears to be underway. There was initially conflicting information here. The university saying that a suspect was in custody. There's reports of a man being taken into custody from the event. However, we're now told that the suspect is not in custody. There's a current manhunt going on. How are you analyzing all of that?
So I look at this thing, Kana, as an elevated shooter, because that's what we keep hearing. This person was an elevated spot. And generally speaking, those are not covered by security agents who are down close to the stage that he's on. So if that's so, we have an assassin, because this man was assassinated today. We have a shooter out there that we have to bring in. And a lot of resources are going into that right now. But the fact that they say there's no threat to the public is incongruent to that. So I don't know where we are here with this. I hope they have him identified and they're searching for him. That's my hope right now. But we're looking for a press conference here to tell us more at this point. If this is not the shooter, where is he? What kind of gun, or he or she, whatever it is, what kind of gun did they use? And is there any shell casing nearby? Any video that would support the investigation at this point? This is a dangerous time we're in right now.
I think you're right to point out the questions here of this potentially being an actual assassin and the fact that authorities are saying there's no threat to the public. We know the university has been cleared. They know that they don't want students there. They're not going to have classes. They're not telling the public, though, to shelter in place, yet there appears to be a manhunt going on. And again, to your point about the shooter potentially being at an elevated position, I'm hearing from other sources that tend to agree with that sentiment here. What kind of expertise in weaponry does that take for someone to be what I could guess is in a concealed position, one that they could easily escape from, and elevated?
Sure. So if we learned anything from Butler, this should be it right here. You have to cover rooftops. And obviously, there's no Secret Service for Mr. Kirk, and God bless him. What happened to him, that wound is really hard to survive where he was hit. So we don't know right now exactly. Is there a shell casing out there somewhere? It's a singular shot. Is there a location that they could sweep to see exactly where that shot would come from? You see the elevated position to our right now. Is that where this came from? And of course, at that point, the video cameras and witnesses, do they see someone running with appear to be a rifle or a bag and such that a rifle can be carried in? Well, those things matter. And right now, it's an open event, which is very dangerous to have. If in a general ticket, it wasn't pre-ticketed, it was a general admission thing. Your last witness said the failures of the security here. We can talk about that much later. Right now, job one is getting that shooter in right away.
No question about that. And as you pointed out, the shooter as an assassin, and I think that's probably an accurate description there. Robert Boyce, thank you so much for being here with us. I also want to bring in another eyewitness. Sarah Toole is joining me now over the phone, a senior there at Utah Valley University. And she got there early to this event to see Charlie Kirk. Thank you for joining us and tell me about your experience there. You just are hearing, I'm sure, from a lot of other people that really describe this as a pretty jovial start to this event, although they were even surprised that nobody's bags were checked or anything like that. They felt like it was a safe environment initially.
Correct. And thank you for having me, by the way. Yeah, it was interesting because even like other public people that were welcome to come outside of UVU students. They had to get tickets, but like someone else said before, you didn't have to pay for them. And honestly, you didn't have to show them at all. People could just walk in, set up where they wanted to sit, and watch everything. So yeah, no security. I will say there were some police on campus, but not checking people walking in, not, scanning for metal, none of that.
Did that surprise you in the moment, or are you kind of thinking about it now?
Honestly, no. I mean, I think there definitely should have been security, but no, it seemed like, just a great hangout for everybody to hang out with Charlie and, ask him questions because he's so laid back and he'll talk to you about anything. So I don't know. I guess now, now we know you definitely need to be having a little bit more security.
Well, and I think that was part of Charlie Kirk's appeal, right? That he did want to engage with people. And it was not like he just wanted to engage with fans. He wanted to engage with people that had differing views of his. We've watched these campus events for a while now, and he's traveled the country. This was his first stop. What kind of mark does that leave?
I mean, it's intense. I think, honestly, even though he's gone, he is making such a massive impact on the community, not only in Utah, but across the world, because he was doing God's work. And he is bringing UVU students and strangers together in unity over this entire thing. So he's still making a major impact on the world, in my opinion.
Tell me about his message specifically to young conservatives throughout this country.
Just to have freedom of speech. I mean, to be able to talk and that young people feel like they can, speak their truth and that it can also be combated by Charlie Kirk. And, even if somebody agrees with his political views, he's still challenging them. And I think that's really cool and really amazing.
It certainly is. And I'm sure, like many people across this country right now, you're thinking and praying for his wife and his young kids. And I know that there was a lot of fear struck into the crowd in that moment. We know it was one gunshot, but I have to imagine there's fear that there could have been more.
100%. I mean, that is why everyone got down. A lot of people were screaming. My mom was there with me, and she looked up at me and she said, "Run." I just booked it out of the building as far away as I could get. And, now hearing that the shooter hasn't even been caught is just an even bigger worry. I don't feel like going to school. I don't want to go to school, and I am scared to go to school.
Well, and it sounds like your school is not going to let you go anyway, at least for a little while until they figure that out. But again, there is a manhunt going on. So where are you right now? Are you in the Orem area? And how do you feel about the fact that authorities are not saying that they have the suspect in custody?
Correct. Yeah, I actually just left campus. It's been a long, long day. Before I left, we had police officers, a minimum of 50, and SWAT, and they came even from South Jordan. Like, we have so many officers and Army people at UVU campus right now. And that's honestly, I kind of figured they hadn't caught anybody before it even came out on the news, considering what I was seeing on campus.
And you told me, did you say that you were in a building or that you tried to leave the building as quickly as possible? We're showing video of people running out in the aftermath. Are you able to give us an idea of where you were when this happened?
100%. Yeah. So I was in the fourth row in the courtyard where Charlie Kirk was. I was a little to his left, and the shooter was to my right. So, and even if you were looking at Charlie Kirk from the front, the shooter was still to the right and just got him right in the neck, blood gushing everywhere. A friend of mine and I ran into the building and ran out the building. It's like the exit pathway, and just kept running, crossing streets, like just trying to get to safety.
And so you think the shooter was to the right of you based on what you heard and what you saw?
Yes, correct. Yeah, it went right into his left side, and the shooter was from my right, and even in the middle, it was still to the right. And I'm pretty sure you had somebody say this earlier, but I think it was about 200 yards away.
You think a little bit further, yeah, I think that's the general sentiment here that's growing, and there was potentially a really high caliber weapon there. Again, one gunshot fired to end the life of conservative activist, young husband and father, Charlie Kirk. And Sarah, is there anything else that you want to share here just generally about your university and what the future of your university is going to look like here in the days and weeks to come?
You know, that's a fabulous question. It'll be interesting to see. I definitely think that security will become a much more bigger part of just universities across the world. I mean, we might even get to the point where there's, you know, like airport security in universities. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this and how they can make us students feel safe to come back to school. And the only other thing I want to say is just to send out prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family and those close to him as they go through this really difficult time.
Absolutely. And I'm a mother myself, so I'm glad that your mother is able to hold you tight tonight. Sarah, thank you for being on with us today. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you too.
Of course. I also want to bring in eyewitness Tyler McGettigan. He's joining me also on the phone, and Tyler was there as well. And Tyler, it sounds to me like you share a sentiment that we're hearing now from several of the people at this event, that there was really not a lot of security going into this. The tickets were sort of general admission and not even checked. Bags were not checked. And I'm curious if at the time that bothered you or if it's bothering you now.
Yeah, when I got the ticket online, it has a QR code, a barcode. I printed it out expecting that I was going to need that. I was going to have to walk through some kind of check-in station where they'd let me in. And when I walked through the building, there was none of that. I just showed up, and there was the event.
And Tyler, what was it that drew you to this event? Why did you want to go see Charlie Kirk today?
I actually had a question I wanted to ask him that I'd prepared. And so, I mean, aside from all the, the chaos and sadness, I just, obviously heard that he'd passed, within an hour. And that's absolutely tragic. But I'm also, disappointed that there was no chance that I could have, actually got to spoke with him. I mean, that I was excited for that.
I mean, so many people were, and we know that whether you agree with how he views the world or don't, that he wanted you there. He wanted to be able to engage in debate like that. Frankly, Turning Point USA said, if you have a question that is at odds with him, come to the front of the line. And you're seeing, as we're talking, you're seeing someone at the microphone so close, and it's my understanding that when the shot rang out, the question was about gun violence.
Yeah, I was definitely talking with some people near me, a couple of people in line. And one of the first things that, as soon as things kind of calmed down after we backed away, they were mentioning, like, man, the timing of that just must have been deliberate.
You feel like it was purposeful?
Potentially. I mean, who knows? It's entirely possible that that's what he was waiting on.
It's sad to think about that. Where were you when this happened? We're showing video now of the crowd at the beginning of this, where they're sort of throwing out hats into the crowd.
Yeah, I was I was to the south, probably 100 yards away from Charlie, and just waiting in line with other people who had questions. Like, I was talking with people, about what questions that they were planning on asking, and you had some people that were on the left, some people on the right, but we were all excited, like, hey, we might get to get our question, and talking about, like, anyways, we were all excited about that opportunity to, potentially challenge him, or to, even if we agreed with him. Like, I'm conservative, but I was talking with, people that were more on the left side of things.
Right, the opportunity here to engage in debate with a young man who is credited with delivering the youth vote to President Trump. And many looked at Charlie Kirk as the future of the Republican Party, the future voice for conservatives in this country. Are you fearful that, you know, this idea here of free speech and spirited debate is dissipating?
Yeah, that is absolutely one of my fears, that people will be, you know, because of this, closed off to debate. Like, what this person did is definitely a challenge, a threat to that kind of open debate that we should have in this country.
Absolutely. Listen, Tyler, thank you so much for coming on with us. We appreciate your insight here, and we're glad that you're home safe. Tyler, thank you very much. I do want to share with our viewers here some video and some sound of now the late Charlie Kirk speaking to this crowd of students in Orem, Utah. And it wasn't just students, I should add. This event was open to anyone that wanted to come. And here's what he was saying just moments before that deadly shot rang out.
Transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
So there you saw the moments before, and this is the moments after. This is Charlie Kirk's private security detail rushing him into a waiting SUV. You see his arm hanging there. One thing that strikes me as you watch that video and you watch how Charlie Kirk is taking questions, he purposely sets down that microphone to make sure that the person asking the question of him gets to ask their question in their entirety. He is not interrupting them. And then he picks up the microphone to answer it. And it was the second question. It was about gun violence. And that's when the shot rang out that ended this young man's life. I'm going to bring in our ABC News contributor and former FBI agent, Richard Frankel. Thank you for being here with us. We know the FBI responding to this scene very quickly, along with the ATF. There is a major concern right now about the suspect because, again, the conflicting reports here that there was a suspect in custody. But now what we're hearing from authorities is that the suspect is not in custody yet. People in that community are not being told to shelter in place right now.
Yeah, it's as Chief Boyce said, it's a bit of a conflicting message from them. But this is basically a manhunt now. It's similar to what happened in New York when the CEO for U.S. Healthcare was shot. We don't know anything about the shooter. We don't know why the shooter did what he did. At this point, we have no indication of who he or she might be. So what they've got to do now is just a full-on investigation into who did the shooting. In other words, they're going to be talking to everyone in the area. It seems like it's starting to sound like the shooter may have used a high-powered rifle from over 200 yards away on the right side of the area, looking at where Charlie was sitting. So that's what they're going to key on. They're going to take all the cameras and go through all the footage to see if they can find a weapon being pointed from that general vicinity. They're going to ask people for their phones to see if anyone had it on their phones. They're going to be going through every single piece of data to identify if they can identify the shooter. And then once that shooter is identified, they're going to start tracking back and see if they can go backwards to see where the shooter came from and maybe identify that person in that capacity. Also, if they have the ability, use video AI, face recognition, to see if they're able to get any more intel out of the pictures that they hopefully get from those videos. But they're going to be speaking to anyone, all these eyewitnesses that we've had on the shows today. I'm sure law enforcement is going to want to speak to them because, again, they're trying to find where the shooter was and then, of course, who the shooter is. But this is going to be an intense manhunt over the next hours and maybe days.
I'm curious. You talked a little bit there about where this person may have been. Can I get your early assessment of who this person might be, right? What kind of experience as a shooter might this person have? The idea that they might have been concealed at a raised level with the ability to escape. What kind of weaponry, what kind of weapon system would they have had with them?
It really could have been any type of long gun type of weapon, in my opinion. It's also could be something, though, that is collapsible. In other words, they're able to walk up with it under a shirt or under a jacket, and then be able to extend, the shoulder butt, so that they have a better angle on that. Yeah, they're going to be higher. It could be really anyone who has had experience in shooting. Listen, that was one shot. Which is, if we listen to the witnesses, over 200 yards away. That's not, I would call like an expert sniper shot, but it's definitely somebody who has had experience in firearms, who has practiced shots of that distance. And again, we don't know if this gun only was able to cycle one shot, or because he was on target on that first shot, he took the shot, collapsed the weapon, and walked away. So really, there's a lot to look at right now, but that's why you need to go back over those videos. The other thing that they're going to do is they're going to go out into the community. They may go to the gun shops, to the gun ranges, and start talking to people, find out, was anyone discussing anything about this? It's going to be a lot of intelligence gathering, again, over the next hours to see if they're able to triangulate on any particular person.
That's a really good point there about how they will start this investigation throughout this area and expand it until they find this shooter. Thank you so much, Richard Frankel, for being here. I want to bring in our ABC News investigative reporter, Olivia Rubin. As many of you know, Charlie Kirk, a young man when he founded Turning Point USA, and this is an organization deeply wounded by this, and it sounds like we're hearing more from them now, Olivia.
Kana, Turning Point USA, as you said, the organization partly founded by Charlie Kirk, nurtured by him, and that has become synonymous with his brand and what he has done for the conservative movement, confirming what President Trump announced earlier today, which is that Kirk passed from his injuries. They are phrasing it as, quote, saying he was murdered by a gunshot. And going on to sort of ask Americans to say a prayer for his family and his loved ones, asking to respect their privacy and dignity at this time. Kana, this statement also says, quote, may he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. That sort of reiterates what we've been talking about, some of the values and views of Charlie Kirk. Again, a very religious man, someone who's very had traditional family values, all of that sort of reflected in this statement by his organization, Turning Point, tonight. And I can say, having been to Turning Point's events, Charlie Kirk and his organization held a huge event on the evening before President Trump's inauguration. This was an organization that just revered him, respected him. Everyone who worked there sort of admired him. And I know that, they must be really in a lot of pain right now.
There's no question about that. And we also know just how pivotal he was, not only to Turning Point USA, Olivia, but really to the entire Republican Party and to this conservative youth movement. And we just had another eyewitness on who said, really, he was important to the idea of free speech in this country.
Certainly central to the Trump administration. If you look at the statements that are pouring out right now, I just saw one from James Blair, top advisor to the president himself announcing the death of Charlie Kirk. We are hearing from every major figure of the MAGA movement, of the Trump administration weighing in. I wouldn't be surprised if in the coming days, we saw some sort of event from the White House, maybe a speech from the president at a potential funeral. I think the White House will certainly pay their respects to Charlie Kirk in a way that will reflect how greatly he was considered inside of the White House as an advisor, as a friend, as a confidant. Again, we've discussed how he was helpful in vetting people for this Trump administration. And I think that will be reflected in what we see in the coming days and weeks.
Certainly will be, as we showed part of what the president posted there on social media, considering him legendary. Olivia Rubin, our thanks to you. Passing along from our Aaron Katersky that while, yes, there is a conversation here surrounding Charlie Kirk's visit to this university, some may have considered it controversial. Police were tracking no specific or credible threat prior to his murder, prior to him fatally being shot. And that's according to Utah law enforcement sources. That's what they're telling our Aaron Katersky. I also want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. And Selena, Olivia just touched on this here about the tributes that will be paid to this young man from the White House and throughout Washington. The flag being flown there at half-staff at the White House. You can see that there on your screen. This is a live image of that. We know that the president himself was very close to Charlie Kirk, but many in the administration were close to him. But it's not only Republicans that we're hearing from right now, Selena. There are comments here from both sides of the aisle reflecting on this tragic murder.
Absolutely, Kana. I mean, there is bipartisan condemnation right now on both sides of the aisle from nearly every influential key political figure, including from former President Joe Biden, who is saying that there is no place in this country for this kind of violence. That kind of sentiment also being echoed by Vice President Kamala Harris, who, of course, had a very intense face-off with President Trump during the election. She wrote that she's deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. She said, "Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we must all work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." Former President Obama also saying that they don't know yet what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. And Kana, we've been talking about how Charlie Kirk was known for enjoying having these kinds of fiery debates with people across the political spectrum. And you even have Governor Gavin Newsom, who is also condemning this. And he, of course, had gone on Governor Gavin Newsom podcast as well. And Charlie Kirk going to these college campuses, having these kinds of debates, having these conversations. And to your point earlier, you really can't overstate just how influential he was to the core of the MAGA movement, but also to the president in a personal and a professional capacity. He didn't have an official role in the administration, but he would frequently be at the White House communicating with the president, communicating with top advisors. And in fact, Kana, after the election, Charlie Kirk even played a role in vetting official administration positions for this White House. This is someone whose view was deeply respected by President Trump. He often credited him for mobilizing young people. He would say, "It's not just TikTok, it's Charlie Kirk who helped me get those young voters out to vote." He's really seen as this rising star of the movement. He started his organization when he was 18, and he right now is only 31. He was so young and was really seen as someone who is going to continue to shape this movement for decades to come.
Well, and to give you an idea of how much he meant to the president and to this country, the president just now has issued, Selena, honor of memory of Charlie Kirk. He wants the American flag to be flown at half-staff, really across this country, public buildings, military posts, naval stations, naval vessels as well. He also added that he wants this done abroad at U.S. embassies. So again, in honor and in memory of Charlie Kirk, there you see the American flag at half-staff at the White House, and you will see that across this country, in the water, and in other countries as well. And Selena, before I let you go here, we also know the Secret Service not only expressing their sadness and condolences for Charlie Kirk, his loss, and what it means to this country and his family, but there's now also a concern here about what protective service looks like for the President of the United States. President Trump, as he was campaigning, already had 2 attempts on his life now, and they're ramping things up in terms of security for him as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Kana. You've been having this conversation with our Aaron Katersky and Pierre Thomas about this elevated risk of political violence in this country, and this U.S. Secret Service is getting questions about, in the wake of this horrific shooting, what does this mean for the level of protection for President Trump? And I just want to read you the statement that we've received from U.S. Secret Service. They are saying that they are extending their deepest sympathies to the Kirk family, all of those affected following this terrible act of violence. The safety and security of our protectees is a U.S. Secret Service's top priority. President Trump receives the highest levels of U.S. Secret Service protection, and the agency adjusts our protective posture as needed to mitigate evolving threats. Out of concern for operational security, we cannot discuss the means and methods used for our protective operations. Again, that is a statement according to the U.S. Secret Service spokesperson. And Kana, we've been talking about the president's schedule as well. We are told by sources that he has canceled a planned dinner tonight with some of his cabinet officials and other outside guests. We are currently inquiring as to whether or not the president has adjusted his schedule for tomorrow as well. We've been told, and I've been told, that the mood right now in the White House is one of shock, disbelief, of grief. People are certainly rattled right now, Kana.
Rattled, that's for sure. We are also, of course, hearing from many prominent Republicans and Democrats, as you point out, across the aisle there, Selena. Speaker Johnson just releasing a statement calling it utterly devastating. He says that Charlie Kirk was a close friend of his as well and confidant. And he then goes on to say, Selena, that every political leader must loudly and clearly decry this violence. And it sounds like, at least in words, we are hearing that. And while they're decrying the violence, Selena, they also, there on the House floor, took a moment of silence.
This is a moment, in fact, when you see leaders across the political spectrum coming together. While they may not agree with all of the political positions, the social issues and stances that Charlie took, they all agree that this is not what our country is about. They are condemning this act of violence, saying this is something that should never happen in our country. As you mentioned, there is that somber moment on the House floor as we continue to see this outpouring of just outrage and grief and condemnation from leaders all across the political spectrum, Kana. This is just really an unbelievable moment.
And, you know, Selena, I've spoken with several witnesses who were there, and many of them were there just because they wanted to be there. They wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to see him speak. But others who say, I had a question for him. I was lined up. I was lined up with people to ask questions. And what they pointed out, Selena, that was even in the line, because of the area that Charlie Kirk had created, they were having lively debate, back and forth debate, Republicans and conservatives in this line together.
And Charlie Kirk was known for sparking that kind of conversation. He has so many viral moments online with his millions and millions of followers for all of them to view, where he has these sparring debates with students who are very progressive, who clash with his views, and he'd like to have these kind of rapid fire conversations. I mean, Turning Point USA, they are across the country. They go to these high school campuses, college campuses. He is an advocate for this conservative movement, for reaching this young base and mobilizing them to become part of this MAGA movement. But it wasn't just about spreading those ideals, but also debating with people who have wildly different views than he has. And he was very effective at using that and turning it into this media empire online through his social media videos, through his podcasts. He's really was seen as one of the most influential MAGA podcasters and right-wing influencers in general.
Absolutely. We talk a lot about his appearance on Governor Newsom's podcast. I mean, Governor Newsom chose him to launch his podcast. He was his very first guest. That was the level of importance that even, you know, Democrats really viewed him as. Selena, I want to play for everyone a soundbite here. It's actually from our own John Carl, who was able to get President Trump on the phone. And John Carl's reflecting on the conversation they had. But this was just really moments before the announcement was made that this young 31-year-old father had been murdered.
I had a brief conversation with the president over the phone. He sounded quite upset, quite down about this. He told me it's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. He was a great guy. He was a good man. He was an incredible guy. There's nobody like him.
You can even tell there, Selena, when John Carl is talking, just how impactful that conversation must have been with President Trump. We know that there is a tremendous ripple effect here happening, not only just in the White House, but throughout this country, as people are certainly thinking about Charlie Kirk's wife and young children, two of them under the age of 5.
31 years old. He is a father, he is a husband, and a leader of this movement as well. And just reflecting on what John Carl was saying about his conversation with the president, I mean, this is someone who President Trump has frequently called out, expressing his gratitude, saying thank you for getting the young people to vote for me. He recently, just a few months ago, he called out Kirk for his, quote, army of young people and young patriots who he helped to get out the vote. This is somebody who President Trump deeply valued in terms of his advice on reaching those young voters, but also a whisperer of the MAGA base. Charlie Kirk, he has frequently used his platform to praise the president's policy decisions, but at times he's also been critical, especially when it comes to the Epstein issue. He expressed that he was trusting and that the president would make the right decision, but he also was very critical, saying that there needed to be more transparency and that they weren't handling it well. And he had a huge megaphone, and it's a megaphone that the president really valued.
He certainly did. Selena Wang, our thanks to you. I also want to bring in former San Bernardino Police Chief Jared Bergwan, and thank you so much for being here with us, Jared. We've talked a little bit now about the manhunt that is currently going on here, and we've talked about it from the FBI perspective, the ATF perspective, but when you are a local police department, this police department there in Orem, Utah, this is south of Salt Lake, this is a small department. Tell me a little bit about the response to an event like this, and then, of course, the aftermath and now the manhunt underway.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Kana. So we don't know a lot about how the local response has gone up to this point. We know that the university had their own public police department that undoubtedly was involved in this and involved in somewhat, to some degree, the planning of this event. We don't know how much. And then, of course, you have the local law enforcement that would be on standby or potentially was even there when the actual event took place. These types of events are challenging. Outdoor events are much more difficult than indoor events. You take somebody like Charlie Kirk, who undoubtedly probably has threats against him. Undoubtedly, as we know, he can be he can garner a lot of attention for the right and for the wrong reasons. And it's somewhat controversial to have him on campus, which puts the university and the community in a position where they have to plan for these types of events. Of course, there's always the question on who's going to pay for that type of security. We saw that Mr. Kirk had his own private security detail there that went into action as soon as this happened. But this is extraordinarily challenging. And it's the initial response, even though this might become an FBI investigation when it's all said and done, and the federal government will bring enormous resources to the table to help solve this crime, the initial response and the initial investigation is going to be on the locals.
Well, and you bring up a couple of points there I want to follow up on. And first of all, in this video that we're playing, you actually see local police officers right there kind of keeping the crowd back as Charlie Kirk's private security detail is rushing him into an SUV there. Sadly, you see his arm sort of hanging, but you see the panic, frankly, and there was a quick response there. But you talked about the challenging environment, an outdoor event. Sadly, I think that those challenges are something that the American people is all too familiar with right now because of the aftermath of Butler, Pennsylvania. And when there was the attempt on the president's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, all of a sudden there was a lot of conversations about the safety in an outdoor event.
Yeah, outdoor events are extraordinarily difficult. We've heard a lot of guests that have come on the show so far, and they have talked about concerns that there really wasn't a lot of security. There was nobody checking their bags, nobody checking their tickets. You know, this happens a lot in outdoor events because it's hard to control who actually has access. It's very possible that they focus their security on the ground level of that particular event. But as you can see in the quad there, there's high points, there's buildings all around. And we don't know exactly what distance this shooter was set up. I know we've heard 200 feet. Which is, you know, almost a football field. And I know we've heard even more. That's not a terribly complex shot, especially with a rifle. But it could very well have been beyond the regular security points. And that's what makes outdoor events so difficult.
And then how do you coordinate something like that? If you are concerned about that, how do you coordinate that with other police agencies, but also with his private security detail?
Yeah, so this is a lot of what we don't know up to this point. So undoubtedly, the security detail for Mr. Kirk for Turning Point USA, they have a plan in place. You could even see they had an exit plan. They knew exactly where they were going to take him. The cars were set up to make a very quick extraction. That went according to their planning. Where local law enforcement falls into this is a little bit of the gray area. Clearly, there was a uniformed police officer that was there very, very quickly. We don't know where the other uniformed assets were, nor do we know to what degree or how many resources local law enforcement, including the university, brought to the table. But in an ideal environment, you are going to work closely with his team. You are going to have an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. You are going to position people strategically in and around the event, not only for general security, but to have eyes on the crowd. And of course, you have other security measures that you try to put into place as well. Do you have cameras? What does that network look like? What mechanism do you have to screen people coming in and out? What eyes do you have on the exterior part of the perimeter? But here's the challenge, Kane, is that we don't necessarily know what level they went to for Mr. Kirk's event. We know that he's somebody that's going to garner a crowd. We know that he gets a lot of attention, and we know that there's a protest element. But there's also a question that when people like that come into a public space, there is a debate on how much overtime and how much a city is going to pay for a security detail. And I know that's a silly discussion to have when you're talking about something as tragic as this, but this happens every single day on campuses and communities throughout the country. And that is a balancing act between what you bring to the table and how much you work with him and his team versus how much you take on yourself.
Right. You can't overlook the reality that some of those local law enforcement leaders are dealing with, especially again now as there is what we believe is a manhunt underway because the suspect is not in custody. Jared Bergwan, thank you for being here with us. I also want to bring in our ABC News correspondent, Jay O'Brien. He's live on Capitol Hill for us. And Jay, we know, again, Charlie Kirk, a popular conservative figure here, but the calls to end gun violence and the calls against this are bipartisan.
Yeah, an incredibly somber mood up here on Capitol Hill, Kana. That what you're referencing there, those calls for gun safety legislation, that came during a moment of silence on the House floor that was called in Kirk's honor. The House floor was silent, remembering the imprint that Charlie Kirk had left on the modern-day Republican Party. And then towards the end of that moment of silence, as the Speaker began to call the House to order to begin the vote series that they're in right now as we wait for them to emerge from, there were Democrats in that room that called for gun safety legislation. There was this brief moment of tension where Mike Johnson had to call the room to order. But overall here on Capitol Hill, the Republican lawmakers we talked to are in mourning. The word that comes up so often, which again shows you the impact that Charlie Kirk has had on what these lawmakers call the conservative movement, is the word friend. I've heard from multiple Republican lawmakers who say their friend was shot and killed today. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida remembers that it was Charlie Kirk who got her into politics, that called her when she wanted to instead go to medical school and called her to join his powerhouse political group, Turning Point USA, and that led her, she says, to her path to come into Congress. I asked some other members here, given what they saw today and given what they have seen across the aisle impacting members of both parties for the last few years, do they believe that the U.S. has a political violence problem? And one of them was very clear to me, Congressman Ralph Norman. He said, absolutely, Kana.
Jay, as you're talking there, we're showing everybody live images of the headquarters of Turning Point USA. This is in Phoenix, Arizona. This is, a foundation that he founded when he was just 18 years old. And boy, oh boy, Jay, did it steamroll. And there's been a lot of talk here about if you didn't know Charlie Kirk a year ago, you know him now because he was a major player in the Republican National Convention in delivering the youth vote to Donald Trump. But he also showed up at the DNC as well because what he's known for, Jay, is having spirited debates with people who think differently than him.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk he co-founded Turning Point USA, Kana, when he was just 18 years old in 2012. And it played an integral role, as you say, in President Trump's victory in 2016 and in 2024, particularly in this last election when it was a key tentpole of the Trump campaign strategy to reach out to young conservatives. He had these kind of prove me wrong debates was the title he would have on college campuses. He rose to prominence in that as well. But he was a fixture in Trump world and in the MAGA movement. And that is really summed up by this tweet that was posted today, or this post on X from President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. I'm going to read it to you. It says, quote, I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not ever be silenced. It was Kirk and Donald Trump Jr. who were so close, as our John Santucci has remarked over the course of our live coverage. It was Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump Jr. in a close-knit group that included the two of them that took a lot of credit for selecting J.D. Vance to be President Trump's vice presidential pick. So he was integral in this MAGA world. He was a fixture in the White House after Donald Trump returned to power. And there are many people up here on Capitol Hill, down Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, who count Charlie Kirk as a close friend, who are in mourning today, Kenna.
Yeah, that word friend is really standing out to me too, Jay. And I'm hoping that we can bring back up those images, if possible, of Turning Point USA. Jay, while you stay with me here, we do have a statement from Turning Point USA that says, with a heavy heart, we confirm that Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University. They say, may he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. Jay, they then go on to ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in their prayers and to respect their privacy and their dignity at this time. And you're now seeing people are already bringing flowers. There were so many people gathered at this event there, Jay, that really appreciated everything that Charlie Kirk had done for the conservative movement. But frankly, Jay, there was also people there who highly disagreed with him and wanted to take part in that debate. And there's been some concern from even witnesses that I spoke with, Jay, as we talk so much about the idea of free speech. And you're standing there on Capitol Hill, and we know that the House had a moment of silence. And you're also seeing the Arizona flag there at half staff at Turning Point USA. You're going to see American flags at half staff right behind it as well. And you're going to see that in all government buildings throughout this country and abroad as well. But Jay, back to the point here of the spirited debate here and the differing views. It is truly people on both sides of the aisle here that are coming out, and they're very concerned about not only him and his family. And I'm curious how you think that's going to play out in these next few days there on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, and we're also hearing, to your point about a political debate here, Kana, from Democrats who politically disagreed with Charlie Kirk, who are calling this a tragedy and who are remarking on the fact that in far too many cases over the years, we have seen these gruesome images of political violence like we saw today. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, he said today, quote, political violence has no place in America. We also heard from Gavin Newsom, who had hosted Charlie Kirk on his podcast earlier. As Congresswoman Debbie Dingell comes out, actually, when we talk about Democratic reaction, if you want to listen in, we might be able to hear.
Together to de-escalate the rhetoric and the hate in this country. It is upsetting. It's upsetting what's happening in schools, and we all have to work together. Hate is not acceptable. I cried when I found out he died. So all of us have got to work together and de-escalate the hate and the rhetoric in this country. And remember, we're Americans, and you can disagree in a way that doesn't end in a horrible way today did.
What can change, here in this building, around the country? Because we hear lawmakers, we hear political activists say that those same things every time something like this happens.
I'm somebody who goes to the other side of the aisle and talks to everybody. I'm someone who walks her talk every single day. And I'm asking everybody, I say it every day, whenever you see hate, stand up to it and speak out, which is how I've lived my life.
Kana, we're going to toss it back to you. We're going to continue to talk to some lawmakers here, but we'll send it back to you as your coverage continues.
But that's exactly what Jay was talking about there, though, the calls for the hate to end. I do want to bring in our Washington, D.C. Bureau Managing Editor, Catherine Falders, as well. Catherine, there's been so many questions now about not only how this could happen, but the manhunt that is underway. And we're hoping that authorities might give us some kind of update here very soon.
Yeah, we are. We're waiting to hear from authorities, I believe, any time now, Kana, where, of course, there are lots of questions to ask them and updates to hear from them. Unclear what they will say at this point, but at least at this moment, we're told by our sources that this manhunt appears to still be continuing for the suspected shooter, for the shooter. They don't have somebody in custody related, of course, to this shooting that was originally after the school had said there was a suspect in custody, and then as you know, information comes in quickly and sporadically from the scene. The school had said there was a suspect in custody. Law enforcement officials later said that the manhunt continued, and it appeared the suspect is still at large. So it appears that that is the case, that is actively unfolding. Of course, we know that there are multiple law enforcement resources on the ground, local and federal. There's lots of federal agencies responding to the scene. Unclear exactly which officials we'll hear from during this press conference. I assume the governor will speak. But again, lots of updates to have from this. We haven't heard a formal briefing yet from anyone on the ground. And I do know, at least from talking to my sources, of course, that the President Trump, is monitoring this closely along with the FBI director, the Attorney General. I'm told that the FBI director was actually over at the White House earlier today with the president briefing him. So updates still continue to roll in on this as we look to learn more about the motive, who this person was, and if they are any closer, Kana, to finding this person who appears to still be at large at this point.
And Catherine, you know, initially we were hearing from the university, right, about that there had potentially been a suspect in custody. It sounds like maybe there was a person at the event who was taken into custody, but in terms of the suspect, what authorities are now saying is that that person was not in custody, at least of now. And to your point, we're hoping that we will also hear from leaders throughout the state of Utah, potentially Governor Spencer Cox and maybe Senator Mike Lee, who was one of the first to put out a statement here as well. What you're looking at is the podium there. This is where we are hoping that officials will take to this podium here momentarily and bring us an update on this investigation, because, Catherine, you have to imagine that even though the FBI, the ATF, all on scene, when community members see what happened, they know the deadly aftermath of it, yet they're not being told to shelter in place. There potentially is a lot of confusion that is ramping up throughout this community.
And my hope is, and I think this briefing will clear some of that confusion up, to your point about there being a suspect at large, but those at the school don't need to shelter in place. Some would potentially view that information as incongruous. At the same time, we don't know exactly over the past half hour what information authorities have gathered, what they have learned about the suspect that they're looking for, if anything. That is what this briefing, of course, could serve the purpose of, to update the community, of course, as federal law enforcement is surging in to Utah, working in conjunction with the state and local government. I assume something that they might say at this briefing is that the FBI, that federal investigators are taking the lead on this. I could expect something like that, of course, working with their local law enforcement partners here, but still lots of information to relay to the community here, to the students of that school, the people at that event, and more about exactly, and we hope to learn more about exactly what investigators know at this point about a motive, about the suspect, and whether or not they are any closer to finding the suspect, and whether or not they believe the suspect to still potentially be a danger at this point, to your point about not having to shelter in place. So lots of questions that I'm sure the community and people like us hope are answered as well.
Absolutely. And Catherine, I'm hoping, if I can be so bold here, to get some perspective from you, because as this was playing out, you know, I think as journalists, initially we go to law enforcement sources, right? We want to know what happened. We want to know his condition. And the fact that it was the President of the United States who informed the American people that Charlie Kirk had in fact passed away, that certainly is an unprecedented moment.
It is, and something that at least we were hearing through our sources that the president was being continuously briefed on, in contact with Charlie Kirk's people, spokespeople, aides, top aides. Of course, Trump was getting updates, I'm sure, about his condition from the hospital, and this is somebody who Trump highly respects and who Kirk also highly respected. We've talked a lot about the relationship, Kana, between Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump, and it really is the case that Trump would credit Charlie Kirk with much of his success, especially with the younger vote. For example, you see that statement up there that the president put out. The president wanted to announce this news. We were obviously working hard from our sources to get information about Kirk's condition after we had heard he had been shot. I know a lot of our colleagues were doing the same. Kirk's friends, his family, he was there, of course, in a hospital, I'm sure, receiving treatment. But we do know that Trump himself wanted to announce this, and he did. And he obviously had conversations with law enforcement and with people who are close to Charlie Kirk. And so the president was the one to announce this, and we have not heard from Trump on camera yet. Whether or not, Kana, he'll make some sort of statement is still unclear, but we do know that he wanted to be the one to deliver the news to the American people through his social media account.
And he certainly did, and now he's ordered flags at government buildings across this country, at U.S. embassies abroad, naval vessels in the ocean to be flown at half-staff in honor of Charlie Kirk. Catherine Folders, our thanks to you, as always. I also want to bring in our ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce. And Robert, as we're talking here, you can see in one screen there's a podium set up. This is set up in Orem, Utah. We're hoping that very soon we will get an update from authorities on this search for a suspect, how this could have happened, any investigative update. But we think we may hear from some government leaders as well throughout the state of Utah and beyond. And so again, that's the podium that you're seeing set up there. We're hoping that that happens momentarily. But in terms of this investigation and this manhunt that is ongoing, where are authorities right now? When you know that there was someone taken into custody, yet we don't have the suspect in custody. There's some confusing messages early on there for the people that were there.
There certainly is, Kana. And the issue is that if there's no threat to the public, is he identified or she identified the shooter? We don't know that right now. And where did the shooter, where it was when this happened? You have an individual jumping up and down. I'd surely like to talk to him at some point. But you have these, where did this happen? Is it elevated threat, which sounds more likely because someone in the crowd should have saw someone with a gun at that point. So you're looking at the Thomas Crooks mold in Butler, Pennsylvania. He had an AR-15 rifle from 300 feet away. That is able to do the same exact thing. Secrete it in there, get that, use that, and then get out of there. So I'm thinking of that as conjecture on my part, because I'm hoping to know a lot more after this press conference, so we can look at it then and investigate it properly. Exactly what do they know and where are we going with this?
You mentioned that you'd like to talk to the person in that video, sort of jumping up and down here. Tell me your analysis of that.
You have someone hopped up at that point, and it's shots fired. The smart people are on the ground taking cover. You have someone like that jumping around. I would ask, why are you doing that in this type of situation when a man was just shot in the throat?
Okay, I'm hoping that we can re-rack that piece of video there in a moment. And my guess is that you're talking about the man who with longer hair and a backwards hat. And so there's a lot of people on the ground after the shots are fired, and he's sort of on his knees making some kind of motion. You have to imagine that he would certainly be among the many people that authorities would want to talk to. But also, everyone has a phone out in that moment. So how does that help authorities track down this suspect?
So you want to give out a centralized number to take the information in from everybody who's going to call, ask people to call who are there, if they have any kind of video, any kind of documentation at all, spraying the crowd with their cameras, anything you can lay your hands on, have a defined number and take those and get that video and look at it. Because the cell phone creates all kinds of investigative avenues for you. You really want to collect that as best you can, but also fixed cameras in the area. Exactly where can you see, and have a team of people look at those fixed cameras and see if they see anything, any furtive nature by anybody walking in, a larger bag, something of that nature, something along those lines, and who exits the vehicle. Who exits the structure as fast as anybody. You have outside cameras as well. Collection takes a long time, but we'll see. The fact that they told us that there's no threat, I'm wondering if they don't have someone identified already. And that's what I want to hear today. And additionally, any threats coming into Turning Point USA, that has to be looked at too. Was Mr. Kirk threatened in any way, and was it acted upon? Investigating that. A lot to talk about in the next few minutes.
Yeah, so this is the video I think that you were referencing there. We have this on a loop now of the man in the black shirt with the backwards hat. You're saying that that's someone that you would want to talk to?
Yeah, and you look at it as almost a celebratory act. And that's you need to find him and talk to him and see what's going on in his head right now. And that's one of the things you'll do. Look throughout the crowd, identify people who are acting abnormally. And there's one act right there.
I'm curious as to your thoughts on, I don't know that it was a distraction, but how it plays out when you see there's video circulating of authorities taking someone into custody. And there are sources and witnesses that told people on our investigative team that as that person was being taken into custody, they were saying things like, I would do it again. So when you have something like that happening, but then you hear later, again, they don't have the suspect in custody.
No, so that person, we don't know if he's cleared completely or he's still in custody and still talking to him. So that's, again, one of these things we want to hear about in this press conference. There's a lot it's been a couple hours now. They should have some direction in the investigation of this assassination, because this is a terrible incident, and it's frightening for people to think about this. And anybody can secrete a gun and get into a location and cause that kind of damage.
Let's talk a little bit about the overall threat environment. It was also brought up to me by another analyst how challenging these outdoor environments can be. We know that the American people are all too familiar with that after Butler, Pennsylvania. It was a huge topic of conversation for President Trump as he was campaigning, the danger of him being in an outdoor venue like this one. There's just a lot of conversations now about the overall threat environment, especially when you have a lone wolf attacker.
And if we learn one thing, the outdoor venue is a major problem for anybody. And there's an old line that control the door, control the room. If you're in that location, and that's what you really want to have in something like that. You have to control something that you find safe. When you have something like this, and someone who's at least even considered somewhat controversial in their views, you really have to lock this down. Apparently, his team had the immediate area, his security team, but who else was out there? In Butler, Pennsylvania, you had police and Secret Service agents looking around there, and this individual still did that. That's how the threat environment is an outside location, and maybe we shouldn't be doing this anymore in an outside spot. It's not a ballpark where people go to see you and enjoy a game. It's something political, and that's how you have to look at that.
Right, and sources telling our Aaron Katersky there was no specific threat to Charlie Kirk that they were aware of at this time. But again, you have to wonder again what political venues will look like in the future of this country. Robert Boyce, thank you for being here with us. I want to bring in our ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who's in our Washington D.C. bureau again with more reaction pouring in from people throughout Washington and this country. Selena.
Well, right now we're actually getting reaction from Trump's Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., and I just want to read his statement to you. He says the following, quote, "Once again, a bullet has silenced the most eloquent truth teller of an era. My dear friend Charlie Kirk was our country's relentless and courageous crusader for free speech. We pray for Erica and the children. Charlie is already in paradise with the angels. We ask his prayers for a country." Now, notable in that statement, he says, quote, "once again." Now, Kennedy's father was assassinated while running as the Democratic presidential nomination. Of course, his uncle was also assassinated while serving as president. This is a country that for far too long has witnessed these horrific acts of political violence. But as we've been talking about, Kana, this is a moment where you see the nation coming together. You see political leaders coming together to condemn this kind of horrific, gruesome acts of violence. And we've also been discussing how Charlie Kirk is someone who sparked debate. He liked to talk to people who had very different political views from him. And something that he did very well was find these viral moments when he was on campus. Campuses like the one where he was speaking in Utah. Students would line up. I know you talked to some of them. They would wait to get in front of Charlie Kirk, ask him their tough questions. He would spar with them on all sorts of issues about the country, about abortion rights, social, political views, everything in between. And he would clip some of the most interesting moments, put them on TikTok, put them on social media where they would get tens of millions of views. And that really became a way for them to actually gain supporters and gain followers from young people into the MAGA movement. President Trump frequently in recent months thanking Charlie Kirk for helping him to win over those critical young Gen Z voters.
He certainly did. And when the president announced his death on his social media account, he said no one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. And you were certainly seeing that play out on this campus. And Selena, it wasn't just university students that were invited there. It was anyone that wanted to come. I spoke with someone who went and her nieces go to school there. And they talked about how a lot of people actually went and took their kids out of school to attend an event like this. And so he certainly was drawing people together in that moment. And as a tribute to Charlie Kirk and in honor of him, Selena, the president calling for the American flag to be flown at half staff, not just at the White House, but beyond.
Yeah, exactly. Not just at the White House, but the president ordering all American flags throughout the country to be lowered until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. And it's very clear that this is something that has really hurt the president deeply. This is somebody who so many people have considered a friend. Political influencers, people on Capitol Hill, people within this administration. And many of them saw Charlie Kirk grow up. We've talked about how he started Turning Point USA when he was 18 years old. He is only 31 years old now. And people put a lot of hope in him that he was going to continue to be a voice of this movement for decades to come. The president, we know from hours before, he had already reshuffled his schedule, that he was getting regular updates from his staff to monitor the condition of Charlie Kirk, and we've been told that he has canceled a planned dinner tonight with cabinet officials, with other outside guests. We've inquired about what this means for the president's schedule tomorrow, but Charlie Kirk is someone whose advice he really valued when it came to political issues, foreign policy issues, but also after the election, Kana, Charlie Kirk was someone who was helping to vet people for top administration positions. The president grateful to Charlie Kirk for helping him win, but also very attuned to his advice. He was known as this sort of youth MAGA whisperer for this administration, Kana.
And Selena Wang, our thanks to you for essentially showcasing us what it's like in Washington, D.C. now, again, as so many people on both sides of the aisle are expressing their condolences for Charlie Kirk and his family as well. I want to bring in our Washington, D.C. Bureau Managing Editor, Catherine Faulders. And Catherine, we know that the president is close to Charlie Kirk, but we also know the president himself sadly can somewhat relate. We're now learning that there's not only condolences from the Secret Service, but that they are also trying to increase protection around the president. And Catherine, after Butler, Pennsylvania, there was all these conversations about the danger of an outdoor venue for politicians.
Right, especially after, as you know, Butler, which is over a year ago now, back in July a year ago, where really everybody was on heightened alert, given that this was an outdoor event in Pennsylvania, that there were obviously counter snipers on the roof at that event. They were able to neutralize that shooter at the time, but that obviously Trump came within an inch of his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. And there were obviously lots of heightened questions around security, around Secret Service at the time. You saw obviously Trump's detail rushing him off the stage there. But in the wake of these outdoor events, Charlie Kirk pictured right there at this outdoor event in this big venue, it seems hundreds of people at that event. But in the wake of what happened to Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, there were lots of additional security measures that were taken across the country, frankly, and with all of these political candidates. Remember, you were seeing the president, Kamala Harris, by the way, who was running against him at the time, where they then put glass surrounding Trump when he would do these outdoor events, when he was then able to do the outdoor events. Remember, he wasn't able to do these outdoor events for quite some time. So these types of venues surely have remained a risk for these types of political events, especially when you have figures such as Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, any political figure speaking. I was struck, actually, Kana, by that sound that Jay O'Brien was gathering on the Hill from Democratic member of Congress Debbie Dingell, who said when she found out about the fact that Charlie Kirk was shot, she just started to cry. She called for people to turn down the political rhetoric on both sides, she said. Of course, it will be interesting to see how the politics of this all plays out, but surely a horrific and tragic event that has united both sides of the political aisle here. Calls from Democrats and Republicans that this should not happen. This cannot happen in this country. And they've really united behind that. The moment of silence, of course, on Capitol Hill. We've heard from Democratic leaders, Republican leaders. So I'm sure that we will continue to hear from them. I know that we won't, at least in person, hear from the president tonight. We haven't seen him on camera today. He had that event. I know we've been talking about this, but he's had that event, that dinner scheduled for tonight at 7 o'clock over at the White House, where I'm told a bunch of cabinet officials were supposed to be present. He's canceled that. He's getting updates from his team, rolling updates from his team. I'm told the FBI Director Kash Patel was over at the White House earlier today. So obviously that has been postponed. I think it's likely you could hear from the president, at least on camera, tomorrow about this. But this surely is something that he continues to monitor as law enforcement continues to get more information from the ground, from the federal law enforcement presence on the ground. I know that the FBI is surging people in. I could expect at this news are coming up that they will likely say that federal authorities are taking the lead on this, as typically happens here. But still lots of questions that need to be answered for the community, for the people who were attending that event, for Charlie Kirk and his family, that need to be cleared up, including whether or not they do have an update, if you will, on the search for the suspect and whether they have a suspect in pursuit at all.
And Catherine, we know that when there is a call here it's a bipartisan call to end the violence, we know that a lot of that is coming because people are looking at him as a husband and a father as well, not just a political figure. And Catherine, as we're talking here and we're waiting for an update from authorities, we're now hearing from Luke Barr here and from the FBI Director Kash Patel that this is quoting directly here from Kash Patel, the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. So, Catherine, as you and I are talking here now, Kash Patel used the word subject in his post. Potentially that word also means suspect here. But again, we're hearing from federal authorities that the suspect who murdered Charlie Kirk is now, in fact, in custody. And so that certainly clears up a bit of confusion there that we were navigating earlier, especially considering the fact that there was no shelter-in-place order for the people of Orem, Utah.
Well, that's exactly right. And I think I'm just looking, Kana, at that press. I believe that the sheriff there actually just put the number 2 up, which I think would be a 2-minute warning. But to your point there, it has cleared that up. We were talking a lot about why would those at the school be told not to shelter in place when there wasn't a suspect in custody. In fact, after it had originally been reported by the school that there was a suspect in custody. So this surely clears it up. They do have a suspect in custody. Of course, I'm just looking at Kash Patel's tweet. I think you're right about the use of the word subject. That would appear that they believe that that person they have in custody would, in fact, be the shooter. Of course, we should wait to hear from federal law enforcement officials who will brief here shortly. Lots of questions, of course, about how they found him, how they found this person, who this person is, what the motive was behind this. That is hopefully something that law enforcement authorities could be able to clear up during this briefing, because we still don't have any answers as to exactly who this person is and what the motive behind this was.
No question. And as Catherine points out, so we're looking at local sheriffs. We're also looking at local police. As Aaron Katersky has pointed out, the Orem Police Department there in Utah is quite small. This is a community, south of Salt Lake. Kash Patel saying, FBI Director Kash Patel saying that they will provide updates when able. But again, certainly hopeful, Catherine, that not only will we get updates from law enforcement here momentarily, this press conference could start any minute, but certainly from government leaders as well in the state.
Yeah, certainly. I assume we could be hearing from the governor, for example, from government leaders in the state. I know that many of them have been in touch with President Trump and with other leaders on Capitol Hill, for example. So perhaps they will reveal some of those communications there. I'm just keeping an eye on the podium. I don't want to talk over the presser. Yes, so I think, again, a community, of course, wanting to hear from their local leaders. And Kana, I think it's actually about to start as we see people file in there.
All right, Catherine Falders, our thanks to you. David Muir and our special events team will be carrying this press conference live, and we'll keep you posted.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening. We're coming on the air a little earlier than World News Tonight usually comes on the air because there is breaking news from Utah. Let's take you to the live picture. Authorities are holding a press conference on this horrific shooting and killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Let's listen.
We're working in unison with the county sheriff's office, the local police department, and the university police department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Is there any still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a third, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things. Unfortunately,
you're watching this live press conference from Orange, Utah. Normally, we were on the air with World News Tonight. We will join the broadcast in just a moment. I want to bring you up to speed on what we just learned. There is a person of interest now in custody. They are interviewing this person. It is not the same person that was taken into custody for a short period of time earlier in the day. That person has been cleared. Again, there is a person of interest in custody. They have no intelligence at this point to believe that there was anyone else involved as of yet. They believe that shot was fired from a building on campus, a separate location, a distance away from where Charlie Kirk was. Again, Charlie Kirk shot and killed on that Utah campus this afternoon. Our team is standing by. We'll have much more throughout the evening. And for those of you in the East, World News Tonight starts just moments from now.
You're just listening to David Muir there, who is summarizing what we've learned so far from authorities and leaders throughout the state of Utah. There is a person of interest in custody in the murder of Charlie Kirk. I want to take you back live to this press conference right now. The police chief at the university is taking questions from the media.
And so, yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
And you just heard there from Governor Spencer Coxey, governor of Utah, as they were updating the media along with several law enforcement entities about the investigation into who murdered Charlie Kirk. What authorities are telling us right now is that they do have a person of interest in custody, that they used closed circuit TV on campus to identify the suspect. They do say this person was dressed in all black. This person is taking questions right now. They have no information at this point that would lead them to believe that there was a second person involved in this. And they again went on to say that the shot took place on campus from a longer distance, possibly a roof. Also standing out to us is the comments from the UVU police chief, who not only said that he and his staff are devastated, he called this a nightmare, but he also talked about the efforts that they had made in terms of security, notable that they had plainclothes officers that were in the crowd as well. The governor spoke momentarily. He called it a dark day for the state, a tragic day for our nation. And he also made a point to remind anyone watching that they actually do have the death penalty there in Utah. They have also created a digital media tip line because this investigation is ongoing right now. I want to bring back in our Washington, D.C. Bureau Managing Editor, Catherine Faulders. And so, Catherine, right before this press conference took place, we heard on social media from the FBI Director Kash Patel that they had someone in custody. Yet again, another bit of back and forth here on how this investigation was going, because there's a lot of entities involved here. But we did again hear confirmation from the governor that they do have a person of interest in custody. But Catherine, they are still looking for anyone potentially involved, although they don't think that there was a second person involved. And it's notable that a reporter asked Catherine, when you look at that closed circuit TV, which they said the quality isn't great, and then they're looking at the person that they're questioning right now, do they match up? And they said, we're trying to find that out right now.
Right, exactly. They're trying to find that out right now. Obviously, they're getting this from that closed circuit TV. They are questioning this person, as they indicated. But I just want to make clear that this is a person of interest that they have in custody right now, according to the governor. And that really is all that they could say at this point, other than what you have said, of course, about identifying this person of interest on that closed circuit television system. They made very clear this is a very active investigation. This is an ongoing investigation. There is still a lot to learn, as obviously you and I could just glean from listening and observing that press conference. So we do know that, again, this is unfolding in real time. We know there's a person of interest in custody. We need to hear more about that, how that interview is unfolding. Obviously, there was some confusion in the beginning, as you note, but students, of course, have been told that they don't need to shelter in place, indicating that it appears that it is safe for them there. So still much more to learn about this person who they're questioning, and whether or not their investigation leads them to question anybody else, whether person of interest or not. As you mentioned, they don't believe there's a second person here, but we do need to learn more about that person and who they're questioning, where they were. We heard a little bit about how they believe that this was a long-range shot here, that there was one shot and that it was targeted and that it was likely from a roof. We heard the public safety commissioner, I believe, is the one who relayed that information. So still much more to learn. You saw them obviously scurry away there to go back to work and investigate. There's a lot of law enforcement partners on the ground there. So they will continue to do that, and I'm sure we will hear from them again at some point soon.
Certainly, and it's interesting, Catherine, as we mentioned here, we heard from Kash Patel again on social media that they had someone in custody, and then the sort of disjointed efforts that you see at the beginning of, was there a person in custody, is there not? It sounds like there is, but this questioning is ongoing, and the FBI special agent in charge at that press conference, Catherine, certainly made an effort to remain tight-lipped in this moment, and you just have to imagine that's because of the validity of this questioning that is going on right now, and there's a lot still to be learned, even if they do, in the end, have the right person in custody.
Yeah, that's right, Kana, and a lot to learn about the motive. For example, obviously, we heard investigators say that there was one shot and that it was targeted. There's a lot to understand about the motivations of the shooter, of course, who the shooter is, what the shooter may or may not have said or indicated leading up to this event. So to your point, the FBI is being very tight-lipped there, and to your point earlier as well, there's a lot of different law enforcement partners involved in this, which is a good thing because you have obviously the school police, the locals, the FBI, the ATF at the same time. And as we've observed, as these tragedies unfold, that means that there's a lot of information coming in, and there's a lot of information that they have to decipher through via tip lines, et cetera. So again, it's something that does seem in the investigative stages to be quite preliminary. Obviously, they have a person of interest in custody, and that's a good thing. So they will continue to see what they can glean from that questioning that's ongoing now. How long does that questioning last? All of that. But still many questions that need to be answered here, and frankly, that law enforcement are working hard to figure out.
Certainly are. Catherine Falters, always wonderful to have you with us. Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky also joining us. And so, Aaron, as we know now, authorities confirming there is a person of interest in custody. And at this point, they don't believe that there's a second person involved. However, they did book a man who they booked him on obstruction of justice. And perhaps this is the person who was seen early on, who people thought maybe this is why they had a suspect in custody early on when they didn't.
That's right. And in fact, a number of eyewitnesses described that individual the same way our police sources did, as an older man, white hair, blue shirt. And that is someone who we believe is a known individual to local authorities there in Utah, taken into custody. And initially they thought they had him. It was quickly determined he was not the shooter, but charged nonetheless with obstruction. And then the focus quickly turned to the manhunt for the suspected shooter. And right now there is a person of interest in custody that authorities are trying to match with video taken from security camera footage to see if they have the right individual. The authorities during that brief manhunt did say there was no need to shelter in place. And they were telling the community that. That tells us, Kana, that they seemed to know who they were looking for and perhaps had an indication of where that individual was. We'll look to learn more about how they tracked down the suspected shooter and why they were able to tell the community that they did not need to stay indoors. But that person of interest is in custody. The authorities also revealing that the shot that killed Charlie Kirk came from was a longer distance shot, fired likely from a rooftop. Law enforcement sources have told us it was a high caliber weapon that was used, but so far police officials have not said anything about the gun.
And it's interesting, too, Aaron, that when authorities point out that the way they were able to get to this person of interest really is through closed circuit television there on campus. They talked a little bit about how the quality of that video is not super high, but they were able to tell that this person was dressed in all black. And now they're trying essentially to match that description with what they're hearing from witnesses as there's ongoing questioning happening right now with this person of interest.
In most states, the authorities are allowed to make an apprehension for the purposes of identification, and that may be what Utah authorities are doing now, even as they appear to grow more confident this might be the right individual. But they want to be sure because they had already been wrong once. So they don't want to give anyone a false sense of security, but the authorities did say this person of interest was in custody. And you heard the campus police chief talk about the security preparations. This was a controversial visit, as many of Charlie Kirk's appearances on college campuses are. So there were plainclothes officers mingled in the crowd in that outdoor space where he was speaking beneath the tent. You saw him rather casually tossing hats into the crowd beforehand. I'm told by Utah law enforcement authorities, Kana, that despite the controversy of Kirk's appearance, they were tracking no threats before shots rang out. So it appears that the shooting caught the authorities by surprise, even as the police chief said they were prepared with extra security. That was not enough.
He certainly did. He said they even had plainclothes officers in the crowd as well for this event. Aaron Katursky, our thanks to you as always. I bring back in our former San Bernardino Police Chief, Jared Bergwan, and Aaron really touched on what I wanted to discuss here with you, is the collaborative efforts here from law enforcement. So not only did we hear from Sheriff, we heard from the FBI, but also campus police who were on campus talking about how challenging this event was, not only to the campus, but to the community as well, again, in the open air, and the efforts that they made using these plainclothes officers that were amid the crowd.
Yeah, that use of plainclothes officers working within the crowd is a common tactic. It is good to have people inside that are not in uniform, that aren't going to draw the attention that a uniform does, and they are a tremendous asset from an intelligence standpoint. The chief said that there were only 6 officers, and that's not a lot when you think about 3,000 people. We don't know if it's 6, including the plainclothes, or if it was 6 uniform and then a contingent of plainclothes. Under normal circumstances, 6 police officers working an event like that in conjunction with Mr. Kirk's security detail is not unreasonable. But it's not easy. It goes to show the scope of how difficult it is to try to manage something like that. At the end of the day, you're going to have tremendous collaboration between the state and the locals. They will leave no stone unturned. And it sounds like they went to the easy evidence, the closed circuit TVs, which is the first thing that's going to potentially be available to you outside of eyewitnesses that are going to offer you. And it sounds like that's given them some very good leads in terms of where to go with the investigation up to this point.
Are you surprised at all that it is this closed circuit TV that they're relying on, considering the fact that there was, thousands of people there, probably several witnesses, but we don't know exactly how far away this shooter was, and the fact that they say this shooter was dressed in all black, and now they're trying to compare that closed circuit television video to the person of interest they currently have in custody that they're questioning?
Well, it doesn't surprise me that they are going to it very, very quickly. It's quite possible they had somebody actually manning the CCTV systems. And I know there's been some, they've alluded to the fact that maybe it's not the best quality. Some of these CCTV systems can be very, very good with pan, tilt, zoom capabilities. So it's quite possible that somebody was already on that and immediately went to an area where they thought the shot might have come from. And that was the best and earliest information available to first responders and investigators. That, of course, has to be coupled with eyewitnesses, the video from everybody's cell phone that's going to come out, and all of those other physical evidence pieces that are worked. But it doesn't surprise me that it was the first.
And again, authorities confirming this was a targeted attack. Jared Bergwan, our thanks to you. I also want to bring in our ABC News contributor and former FBI agent, Richard Frankel. And Richard, again, before this press conference started, we heard from the FBI Director Kash Patel saying that there's someone in custody. Then we heard that there's an ongoing manhunt from local authorities. And then the governor confirming there is a person of interest in custody. Slightly confusing, although it does seem like they got to the same conclusion there, that again there is a person of interest in custody. So who's leading this right now? The FBI is taking on this questioning. How does this get delegated?
Well, right now it's probably in a task force mentality or a task force focus, where you'll have both officers from either state police, local law enforcement, and very possibly FBI agents in doing the questioning together. And that's because they're coming at it from different angles, different experiences. And we do that all the time. We work together on these interviews that may become interrogations. It also may start out as a local matter, a murder case. But even the governor has stated that this was a political assassination. Mm-hmm. Political assassination is in all terms, basically terrorism. In that capacity, the FBI could come in with the U.S. Attorney's Office and make this a federal case and bring this under federal charges. So you might have state case, state charges, and also federal charges. But they'll work together on it because the evidence that they're trying to gain is the same. They're trying to prove who shot
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
Who shot Charlie. And the other thing that was a little bit telling was that when they were asking the questions of the FBI, somebody did ask, hey, is there even a foreign power involved? And he of course, said he would not answer that. I'm not surprised by his answer. But, you've got to look at all angles. I mean, not that I expect it to be a foreign power, but, is there a group involved? Is this more than a single shooter? Yes, it could have been a single shooter committing the act, but is that single shooter part of a larger organization? And that all has to be looked at by the FBI and by the police.
It certainly does. Thank you so much, Richard Franklin. I bring back in our ABC News senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. And Selena, certainly mourning across this country, but perhaps nowhere more than Washington, D.C. right now.
Tonight, the White House is in mourning. The White House has flags at half-staff, and President Trump has ordered for flags to be lowered across the country. This is an administration and a Capitol that is rattled by this act of violence. You had that moment of silence, of mourning on Capitol Hill, a real bipartisan push to lower the temperature, the tone of political rhetoric in this country, bipartisan condemnation across the political aisle on both sides of the political spectrum to condemn this sort of political violence. And President Trump tonight in mourning, grieving as well. The president had posted that Charlie Kirk was loved and admired by all, especially me. We've been talking about how hard it is to overstate the influence that Charlie Kirk had within this administration, but also to this broader MAGA movement.
The murder of a young father and husband, and certainly the country in mourning. Selena Wang, our thanks to you, and thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. We take you now live to ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis for more breaking news coverage, again, of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed in Utah. As you look across this country, hug your families and pay attention to those American flags that will be flown at half-staff, not only at the White House, but at government buildings in this country and abroad.
Tonight on ABC News Live Prime, a shocking act of political violence. Charlie Kirk, conservative political activist, shot and killed while speaking at a college campus event. The founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative student organization. He had close ties to the Republican Party and the First Family. The president posting the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. His influence on Capitol Hill strong. Lawmakers observing a moment of silence amid all the tributes. And yet more gun violence today, this time at a high school outside of Denver that left 3 students critically wounded with several more hurt, including the shooter. We have the reaction to all of today's violence from the nation's capital to Main Street, starting right now on Prime.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is Prime with Linsey Davis.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We begin with a horrific act of political violence, the shooting death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The commentator and outspoken co-founder of Turning Point USA was shot just after noon local time. The FBI confirms that a person of interest is now in custody. While Kirk spoke at an outside event at Utah Valley University, one single shot rang out. Panicked students ran for cover.
And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
President Trump mourned Kirk's death on social media tonight, writing that Kirk had the heart of the youth in the United States. And Charlie, we love you. The House held a moment of silence in his honor. The president ordered all American flags lowered to half-mast. And Utah's governor called it a political assassination in a broken country.
Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken.
The 31-year-old father of 2 was on the first stop of his American comeback tour, speaking on campuses across the country when he was struck in the neck.
Like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry. You just see his neck just open up and there's just so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Kirk was an ardent supporter of President Trump and his agenda and a force within the MAGA community. His presence had divided the UVU campus. His political beliefs long sparking controversies on topics like gun violence, DEI, and the transgender community. The FBI and ATF are responding to the scene and another apparent act of deadly political violence. Here's ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman.
Tonight, horror on a college campus in Orem, Utah. Charlie Kirk, one of the most prominent conservative activists in the country with close ties to President Trump, shot and killed as he addressed a crowd of hundreds. The event billed as the American Comeback Tour, a lively discussion of freedom and America. Kirk revving them up.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Kirk then sitting on a stool talking to the crowd, and just as he was answering a question about mass shootings in America, a single shot rang out.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Kirk struck in the neck, the crowd running in terror. Witness Sarah Trull attending the event in between her classes.
Just one shot straight into Charlie Kirk, and that was it. I was 15 feet away, and it was really hard to witness. As the guy said shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry, you just see his neck just like open up and there's just like so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Kirk rushed by a group of men to a waiting SUV.
Hey, stop, folks!
President Trump quickly posting his concern. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. And from Vice President J.D. Vance, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. Law enforcement racing to the scene.
UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
Kirk, just 31 years old with a wife and 2 young children, a force in the president's MAGA movement.
He's done an amazing job. He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done.
Mobilizing young conservatives across the country with rallies on college campuses, he hosted one of the nation's most popular podcasts and was given a key speaking slot at last year's Republican National Convention, where he talked about going to colleges and engaging in debate.
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to.
A controversial figure, Kirk said he was no stranger to death threats.
We get death threats all the time. You know, they come, they send stuff to our homes and all that. And yeah, that's just par for the course. I mean, if you are not getting active death threats, you're not really doing much for the country.
And tonight, the president announcing that Kirk did not survive, posting, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you."
Linsey, just moments ago in that press conference, the governor of Utah calling this a political assassination. They do say that they have a person of interest in custody who they are questioning right now. They said that person fired from a perch, likely a rooftop from a distance away, and that suspect was dressed in all dark clothing. Now, we should note that Charlie Kirk did travel with security. Linsey.
All right, Matt, thank you. Aaron Katersky is with us now. Aaron, take us through today how this all unfolded.
It all unfolded even before Charlie Kirk got to campus at the Utah Valley University, Linsey, because it had been a controversial event from the start. There was an article in the school newspaper outlining the divide on campus about Charlie Kirk even coming to speak. And there was a divided crowd there in the outdoor audience as he was speaking. It was just after noon, local time in Utah, when the single shot rang out, what authorities called a longer distance shot from a roof. And there are many buildings surrounding that quadrangle outside where Kirk was speaking. He did, as Matt notes, travel with his own private security. And after he was struck in the neck, His private security rushed him from the scene in an attempt to save his life. But a wound such as that, law enforcement sources said, just would not have been survivable. The authorities have not said anything about a weapon, Linsey, but law enforcement sources say it is likely a high-caliber weapon fired at high velocity.
And, Aaron, certainly an emotional press conference from the governor of Utah and other authorities. Give us more information about this person of interest. Obviously, they have not called him a suspect, but differentiated by calling him a person of interest.
And that's because they are comparing right now video surveillance footage of an individual on a rooftop with a gun firing at Charlie Kirk to try and make sure they have the right individual. They thought for a time they did have the shooter in custody. Before the university walked that back, it turned out they had an older man with white hair and a blue shirt. Turned out not to be the shooter, but that individual has nonetheless been charged tonight with obstruction, and we're waiting to learn more about him, but this may be an individual who's known to local authorities. Instead, they quickly focused on a manhunt, located a person of interest. They've taken that individual into custody to compare, do some kind of an identification to make sure they have the right person.
And police have determined, it appears, that the shooter acted alone. How do they know that so quickly? And also, any sense that this was a professional, given that they did say that he or she was able to shoot from such a distance?
If not a professional sharpshooter, certainly someone the nature of the shot suggests was highly trained and highly skilled. The authorities right now are, I believe, relying on video surveillance footage to make the determination that this individual acted alone. When they said there was an active manhunt, Linsey, they simultaneously told the community there was no need to shelter in place. So they did not feel like there was any kind of an additional danger. But you heard the governor put this individual's actions squarely in the box of political violence. And we know that in addition to the two attempts on President Trump's life, the attempt on the governor of Pennsylvania's life with an arson at the governor's residence, the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO, and other acts recently, Minnesota too, the two state lawmakers there. The governor said this is happening too often. And I got off with a law enforcement source not long ago, bewildered, Linsey, asking, how did we get here and where do we go?
So many people echoing those same sentiments. Aaron Katersky for us. Thank you so much, Aaron. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong, specifically among conservative lawmakers. Our Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill, where he's had the chance to speak to members of Congress today. Jay, just want to start by asking you, give us set the stage for us there as far as the tone and sentiment that you're seeing from lawmakers.
Yeah, Linsey, in our conversations with Republicans up here on Capitol Hill, the word that keeps coming up when you ask them about Charlie Kirk is friend. There were so many Republican lawmakers I talked to today who say that the conservative movement didn't just lose a leading figure, but they also say they lost a friend, and a friend in some cases, according to these members of Congress, who shaped their career and shaped the trajectory of the Republican Party in this country. Here's a little bit more of what they told us.
Tonight, the House of Representatives holding a moment of silence, honoring the imprint 31-year-old activist Charlie Kirk left on the modern Republican Party. The Speaker calling for a moment of reflection. At one point, tensions flaring as Democrats shouted for gun safety legislation.
The House will be in order.
On the Hill, GOP lawmakers distraught.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot and killed. I am very worried. I sent my staff home today. They're gone. I don't want them in my offices because I'm worried about the safety of the people who work for me.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna remembering it was Kirk who encouraged her to run for Congress, calling Luna and asking her to join his powerhouse political organization of young conservatives, Turning Point USA.
I was not aware of what happened, and I opened up X, and I'm seeing literally my friend get shot in the neck, bleeding out on the internet, which is horrible that people are even sharing that video. He's my friend. He's part of the reason why I'm in office right now.
Critical to President Trump's victories in 2016 and 2024.
How's everyone doing today?
Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 when he was just 18 years old, recruiting young people to join the conservative movement. Making a name for himself debating on college campuses, hosting what Kirk would call a prove me wrong discussion.
What does he mean to the conservative movement, Congressman?
Charlie's a huge, he's a strong intellectual voice in the conservative movement. Again, you can agree or disagree with him, but, just really brought deep intellectual rigor to the debate that is currently raging in our society.
I don't think I can remember ever seeing him respond back to hatred with hate or with anything other than respect.
A fixture at the White House and key player in the MAGA movement, conservatives across the country mourning Kirk's loss. President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., posting, "I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not ever be silenced." Trump ally Steve Bannon, a friend and supporter of Kirk's for years, saying this.
I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah.
Democrats, too, sending Kirk and his family their prayers as news of the shooting broke out.
I cried when I found out he died.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing, political violence has no place in America. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who hosted Kirk on his podcast just months ago, calling the attack disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
People are trying to shut down free speech making like Charlie Kirk. There's no place in this society. This is what happens in third world countries. But so sad for his family and its children.
Do you think this country has a problem with political violence?
Absolutely.
Ryan back with us again now. AJ, we heard also from some Democrats tonight. What more are they saying?
So, Linsey, they tell me they are stunned by this act of political violence. As you heard in the beginning of that piece, a number of them called for additional gun safety legislation. And we just caught up with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I just want to read to you a little bit of what she told me and other reporters, just because it is stirring what she said. She said, quote, "The assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos and violence that we cannot risk in America. We cannot risk it." Linsey.
Jay O'Brien for us. Thanks so much, Jay. And for more now, we're joined by our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, we know that that person of interest is now in custody. What more do we know about the investigation at this hour?
Linsey, like you just heard, there is a person of interest in custody. Police did not give any more specifics other than to say that there's surveillance footage of a person wearing all black that they're studying. They believe that the shot that killed Kirk was fired from a higher location than the venue where Kirk was speaking. There was some confusion earlier today because an elderly man was taken into custody moments after the attack. We're told it was determined that he is not the shooter and has been cleared. Authorities are canvassing for more surveillance footage, talking to witnesses about what they saw, and asking for any video that they may have recorded. They're also looking for a single shell casing that could be tied to the shooting or anything else that could be left behind by the shooter. This is very much an active and ongoing investigation, Linsey.
And what steps will law enforcement officials take now to nail down the motive and how this shooting happened?
Well, first of all, this is a person of interest, so they're a degree from calling this person a suspect. So what they have now is some circumstantial evidence. The person in custody, we're told, matches the description of the person who is seen in the surveillance footage wearing all black. That is the primary thing they have to do now. And if they can determine that this person is indeed the shooter, they will be focusing on potential motive, looking at social media accounts to figure out what was the motivating factor that caused that shot to be fired.
All right, Pierre, our thanks to you. We're joined now by ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, thanks so much for joining us. So we know that there is this person of interest in custody. What will investigators do from here to determine if the suspect as well, to determine if this is the suspect, as well as the motive behind the shooting?
So let's start with how you put together that he is or is not the shooter. They have video. It's been described as really not super clear. May fit the general outline of the guy they're holding. But what can you put with that? Were there other people that saw him go up on the roof or come down from the roof? Maybe with a weapon, maybe not. I'm sure at this point they've already conducted searches, which might lead them to writings or connections to other people or where he got the weapon or perhaps motive. You know, the interesting thing, Linsey, when you have shooters that you don't really have a lot of information, the real key is to be able to get them to talk to you, which is, you know, sort of an art, the people that can do that. And I hopefully they've got the right people in the room to talk to him, to bring him around to, it's okay to tell us what happened. So it's going to be the combination of all of those things. And obviously, who did he associate with? What organizations did he belong to? Was there anyone in his circle, relatives, not relatives, friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever they might be? Has he talked to them? Has he said anything? What has he said online? So it's really a big circle. And while you're interviewing him, you want all that going on because you need information fed to you as the lead interrogator that will help you possibly get him to talk to you.
This was a large event in the middle of a campus involving a prominent figure in politics. We heard a little at the press conference about the security measures in place today, including that he even had private security himself. What kind of challenges does an event like this present in terms of security?
Well, it can be pretty overwhelming. I mean, let's just go back to the attempted assassination of President Trump. I mean, you had the Secret Service and law enforcement crawling all over that particular location, that venue, but it was outdoors. The shooter got to a building, obviously, and could have potentially caused more harm than he actually did. And so you go now to an event, somebody that's not protected, somebody has their own private security, and you're outdoors. I mean, is it realistic with private security you could cover the tops of buildings in or around? Unless you had advanced information, obviously. The answer is no. It looks like to me that Charlie had pretty good security. In addition to the police that you mentioned were in the crowd, maybe in other places in or around the event. But I don't know, if you have an event that there's really no sort of getting the people, check the people out before they come in, whether it's metal detectors, whether it's just searching bags and making sure people don't really obviously have weapons on them in any form or fashion. Probably should have done that, but even still, that wouldn't have worked in this particular situation. They would have done that. There'd have been nobody in the crowd. Then all of a sudden, you got a person on a roof. So outdoor venues are extremely challenging, and I'm going to suggest that people are going to really take a second look at venues that are outdoors and also where people, at least there's minimal clearance of the crowd. I mean, think about all the town halls that politicians have, and rightly so. They need to go out and talk to the folks they represent. But those are like ad hoc. You don't have to have be invited. You can just walk in. In today's environment, unfortunately, that can be a treacherous situation, potentially.
Brad Garrett for us. Thanks so much, Brad. We are joined now by Utah Republican Congressman Mike Kennedy, whose district includes where this horrific and tragic shooting took place this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us, Congressman. First, just like to get your reaction when you first heard that this happened right in your district.
Linsey, thanks for having me on. And I'll just say violence will not silence the American people. Charlie Kirk has given his life to promote his cause. When it comes to political speech, our Constitution, God-given Constitution, was promoting freedom of speech. And the fact that Charlie Kirk, in spite of great pressure, continued to move forward with free speech is inspiring to me. And I'll just say intimidation and violence, it's not going to make Charlie stand down. It's not going to make me stand down. And God bless his widow and his children and the thousands of young people who witnessed this event. But we will not stand down in the face of intimidation and violence.
Does your team have any additional details at all on where the investigation stands right now?
There was an initial arrest that person was let go because they were apparently innocent. They do have a person of interest in custody at this point. There was a question of whether Mr. Kirk survived at the beginning, but it was very clear. I'm a doctor, and I looked at the video, and it was very clear that this lethal shot, it looked like to me just one shot, was a lethal event. So outside of that, who this person of interest is and what the nature of the shooting is, this is an outright cold-hearted assassin. Professional job as far as I can tell, and this person, the full weight of the American justice system will be brought to bear against this individual, whoever they are.
There are reports that there are those who opposed Kirk visiting the college campus. Are you aware of that at all?
Everywhere Charlie went, as far as I understand, there was opposition, and he continued to move forward. And it's inspiring to me to see a person, in spite of threats and force and pressure against him, that he continued to move forward, doing something that he loved. But he always did it in a civil fashion. He would debate ideas, but would never promote violence. And that stands as a reflection for how we all ought to approach these things.
I imagine you know this area very well. What can you tell us about Utah Valley University?
This is an event that is shocking not only to that area specifically, but the state of Utah generally. My people are outstanding people, and they do not resort to violence. They will debate vigorously the issues of the day and promote the ideas that they believe in. But violence and threats are not the sort of thing that we promote in Utah. So I am saddened by the loss of life, and especially a life like Charlie's was. And for his widow and children, we should mourn. But this does not represent this great institution where this event happened, nor the people of Utah. And I'll say as well, it does not represent the people of the United States of America. The vast majority of us see that we should debate issues. That's why we have the freedom of speech available through the Constitution and the protections of our government. But we will not resort to violence. But we all know that there are people that will resort to violence, and they should be apprehended and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
I'm not sure if you're privy to this information, but are you able to rule out that the person of interest was not a student at UVU?
I have no information regarding that.
This, of course, is another example of political violence in the U.S. Governor Spencer Cox spoke on that in the press conference not long ago. Just want to take a listen to a portion.
I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be.
What's the mood among your colleagues on Capitol Hill right now?
The mood among my colleagues is reflected by the fact that we just got off the House floor. This event happened hours ago, and we did our job. There were a number of things that we had to do. Speaker Johnson called for a moment of silence on the House floor, and that was extremely appropriate. He also, the freshman class, myself included, were joined by the Speaker in a more private setting later. We had a prayer, and I will emphasize yet again that we, meaning political leaders, and I'll point to my good governor from the state, Governor Cox, and Lieutenant Governor Henderson, my Senate President Adams, as well as Speaker Schultz, we will not stand down and be intimidated by this. It's impressive to see people uniting together, the people that recognize and understand civil debate is how we resolve these issues. We do not resolve these things through intimidation and violence. And so I'm proud of the way that we've approached this so far. But I see that same resolve in our Congress. These are good people that continue to do the work of the American people in spite of this tragic event.
Of course, just in the last year, you had the political assassinations in Minnesota. You also had the attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And then last July, of course, the attempted assassination of then candidate Donald Trump. I know there's been a lot of talk about having more protection for lawmakers when they're at home, when you all are at home during recess periods. Are you at all concerned about your safety? Are your loved ones concerned about your safety?
Safety is always a consideration, and in these circumstances, absolutely, we should always, I'm an Eagle Scout, and we should always be prepared and do the best that we can. And I know that there are many people watching out for that those of us that are elected officials, and I'm grateful for their service because they literally put their lives on the line. And I'll point to Sheriff Smith in Utah County, who I know is part of the investigation associated with this. These are good people that will do everything they can to protect us. But as to any sort of concerns that I have, the assassination efforts have been going on since the beginning of time. That's how some people feel like they should resolve conflicts. And I came into this recognizing that there are a number of threats associated with the kind of work that I do and that others do. And I accept those risks associated with it. And I know my colleagues, and I'm very impressed to see that they accept those risks as well. At the same point, we will do everything we can to be prepared and keep our people safe.
Congressman Mike Kennedy, we thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me on.
And now I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. John, I know that you had the chance to speak with the president a short time ago. What did he tell you about his friend Charlie Kirk?
Linsey, I spoke to President Trump before the news, the confirmation of his death was out there. It appeared that he had just learned what had happened or learned the extent, learned that Charlie Kirk had died. He sounded, quite frankly, shaken to me. He said to me, quote, "It's horrific. It's one of the most horrific things I've ever seen." Regarding Charlie Kirk, even though his death had not been announced or confirmed yet, he referred to him in the past tense, saying he was a great guy. He was an incredible guy. Nobody like him. And the president added to me that he liked you. I don't know why he liked you. And on that point, Linsey, I have to say that Charlie Kirk is somebody who had been as harshly critical of the news media as anybody in the Trump orbit, but he was always willing to engage. He was respectful in those engagements, just as he was when he went on college campuses and engaged with people who had diametrically different views from him, people who viewed Charlie Kirk's views, frankly, as offensive. Charlie Kirk would take the time, listen, hear them out, respond, try to debate, try to win them over, try to convert them. That was basically the guy that Charlie Kirk was, somebody with no doubt very controversial views, but somebody who on a personal level was willing to engage with just about anybody, including those that he vehemently disagreed with.
And let's talk about his relationship with the Trump family. Of course, we've seen them make many public appearances together, but just how close were they?
Look, Charlie Kirk was a singular person in the Trump movement. He was in many ways a beating heart of the MAGA movement and very close personally to Donald Trump himself and particularly to the Trump children, especially Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. just a short while ago put out a lengthy statement about somebody he described as my friend Charlie Kirk, but he was more than my friend. He was more like a brother to me. And you saw that. They were often together. They traveled together. Their families were engaged together. He was more than just a pro-Trump activist. He was central to the Trump movement and also very close personally to the Trumps.
All right, Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you. Tonight, the president is asking that flags be flown at half-staff, and there are calls from Republicans and Democrats alike tonight to turn the temperature down in this country to stop the political violence. Mary Bruce joins us now live from the White House. Mary, we know that the Secret Service is not taking any chances tonight. Tell us about the level of security President Trump is now under.
Well, Linsey, Secret Service tonight is trying to reassure the American public that they adjust their posture to respond to any evolving threats and making it clear that the president, as president, does have the highest level of protection. Of course, President Trump himself surviving assassination attempts in the past. Tonight, this White House is in mourning, as is to be expected. The flags here have been lowered to half-staff and lowered across the country. And on Capitol Hill, we saw that moment of silence. And as you mentioned, on both sides of the aisle tonight, these bipartisan condemnations, strong condemnations of political violence. We are hearing from former presidents, George Bush, former President Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and also from Kamala Harris, who, of course, faced off with Donald Trump in that bitter race, a race in which Charlie Kirk played a pivotal role. Harris saying, quote, "Let me be clear, political violence has no place in America," adding, "We all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." Lindsay.
And Mary, we've heard that there were reports of the president. We know that he ventured out, went out to eat last night. Have they curtailed activities for the president today?
Well, the president cleared his schedule this afternoon after this horrific shooting, mostly just so that he could monitor what was going on. As we've discussed, they were incredibly close. The president was expected to have a dinner here at the Rose Garden with cabinet secretaries and other officials. That was scrapped. The president tomorrow is still expected, of course, to mark the anniversary of 9/11. But the president personally monitoring this all afternoon. As we've been discussing, they were incredibly close, not just politically, but also personally, Lindsay.
All right, thanks so much. Mary Bruce reporting from the White House. And we'll, of course, stay on top of this shooting and bring you any more developments as soon as we get them. But we are tracking other news straight ahead. Police race to yet another school shooting in America, what we're learning about any casualties, and the search for a suspect.
Nothing about that looked accidental.
Lester! We found a secret room in the Marconia. The mob ran an illegal casino.
There's been this palace down here the whole time.
To be fair, I just found out this building has a gym.
I play cards here because it's the murder building. We need to go face to face with the mob.
Buongiorno, signore!
Oh, this is how I die.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I have ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
Our friendship had some bumps in the road.
Who's the band's leader?
We were kind of a mess. And it led to a lot of drama.
Sup?
Hi, Lucas Jasper. We all like the same guy? Yay! Oh. It was chaos. Let's ride. Buckle up.
You better believe it, pal.
Hey, good girl.
Do y'all want to shoot guns? Just right out back.
Yes, queen.
Like, oh.
Yes, queen.
No.
I'm Ron Weasley.
I'm sorry. I don't even like that one. Let's move on.
Nothing about that looked accidental.
Lester! We found a secret room in the Marconia. The mob ran an illegal casino.
There's been this palace down here the whole time.
To be fair, I just found out this building has a gym.
I play cards here because it's the murder building. We need to go face to face with the mob.
Buongiorno, signore!
Oh, this is how I die.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
And we're back with more breaking news tonight. Police raced to a high school just outside Denver after receiving reports of a shooting there. At least 2 students were seriously wounded, and the suspect is also believed to be a student. Here's ABC's Trevor All.
Tonight, at least 2 students in critical condition after a shooting outside their Colorado high school.
All fire departments respond on an active assailant at Evergreen High School.
The shots reported just after noon on campus grounds. Hundreds of officers rushing to the scene west of Denver.
2 patients with CPR and another ambulance to all of them.
Authorities say the suspect is a juvenile and believed to be a student at the school.
Honestly, I don't know if our suspect is old enough to even drive.
The suspect was also injured and taken to the hospital. Officials saying police never fired their weapon. Ring camera footage from a house near the school shows students running away in a panic, some of them reaching out to their parents by phone.
I texted my mom. I just told her what was happening and that I was safe.
And parents racing to a nearby elementary school to reunite with their children, still shaken by the incident.
Really scared and so grateful. So grateful for the really brave staff.
That mom says her father was a first responder at Columbine High School 26 years ago when 12 students and a teacher were murdered in the same county as today's shooting.
Trevor Alt joins us now live. Trevor, what do we know as far as new details about the suspect?
So we just got an update a few moments ago, Lindsay. They say that this suspect was a juvenile male, so a male student at this school. They say that he used a revolver handgun, that this incident took place both outside and inside the school. Those two other students who were shot, and that shooting incident happened in front of a number of other students. They also said that the shooter himself has gunshot wounds, but that the officers who responded never opened fire. What is still unknown is the cause and the motive behind this, Lindsay. The focus of the investigation now, the home and the locker of this student. They want to try to figure out why this happened. Lindsay?
Trevor Alt, our thanks to you. And staying on this news now, we want to bring in ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce. Thank you so much for joining us. This high school shooting, sadly a familiar scenario in this country. Just last Friday, we learned of a school shooting plot that was foiled in Washington State. The suspect in that case was just 13 years old. This comes after the deadly shooting at a Minneapolis Catholic school last month. I think that the question I want to ask is, are our schools safe? I think that might be an obvious answer. I think I'm going to ask, what can we do to make our schools safe?
I think what you're saying here, you have a student, a young man, takes a gun into a school. And by the way, Lindsay, we're about 2 weeks into the school year. This is just the beginning of our term here. It's really alarming at this point. And takes it in there and shoots two or three of his students. Obviously, it sounds like he shot himself at some point, too, with this revolver. So what do we have here? Really, we have chaos in our school system. We can't keep kids safe, and that's the big issue here. A lot of talk has been having retired police officers at these schools. I think it's a good idea. Have really firm, well-trained people at these schools to not only mitigate problems before these happens. We don't know what the motive is, and we'll find out. But it's really distressing when you see this happen all the time here at schools. And Colorado has had its issues with school shootings before. It's a difficult state.
So you're mentioning what can happen at the school level. What do you think should be happening at the police level that perhaps could prevent these school shootings?
Lindsay, it's a great question. And the fact that they do prevent a lot of shootings. People call up and say we're having problems with him, or they'll make a statement that he's going to shoot somebody, and that person's arrested. So there is some really aggressive things going on to stop this, but it continues. We have to find out where this individual got the gun. And parents who have young children, if they have weapons in their homes, they have to have it locked up. They can't keep having this done.
Okay, all right, Bob. Evergreen High Schools, and actually, I think we're out of time. So, Bob, thank you so much. Coming up, much more on today's horrific killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, plus the surprise strike on an ally of the United States that's sending shockwaves through the Middle East.
This is where the real trouble began. What did you think was going to happen? Writing hit pieces about a powerful family. Behind every great fortune is a great crime. Is this blood money?
FX is The Lowdown. Premieres September 23rd on FX. Stream on Hulu.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
Nothing about that looked accidental.
Lester! We found a secret room in the Draconia. The mob ran an illegal casino.
There's there's been this palace down here the whole time?
To be fair, I just found out this building has a gym.
I play cards here because it's the murder building. We need to go face to face with the mob.
Buongiorno, signore!
Well, this is how I die.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heeled shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT news anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're gonna find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast. Only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here. This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 years of terror. Only on Hulu.
You said to call if things got messy.
This is gonna be a big murder case.
You're asking for my help.
I can't with you.
You said, as long as I buttered up to Jax, I would make partner.
It's like they're watching me.
I won't let you down.
There's no secret that you crave these messy criminals.
She is making a huge mistake.
Checkmate.
David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. And now, ABC's World News Tonight has won the Emmy for Best Live News Program for the third year in a row.
Welcome back. A major escalation by Vladimir Putin overnight, launching as many as 16 drones over Poland, violating their airspace and causing Poland and NATO to scramble fighter jets. Poland, of course, a member of NATO, with all member nations agreeing to defend one another if attacked. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, who's just back from Ukraine, has a late reporting tonight.
President Trump asking why Russia is sending drones into Poland, a NATO country that U.S. and NATO members have promised to defend. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. NATO scrambling F-16 and F-35 fighter jets and shooting down 4 of the at least 19 drones. The first time since NATO was formed that an adversary's weapons have been targeted in Allied airspace.
Whether it was intentionally or not, it is absolutely reckless.
There were no casualties, but the owners of this home narrowly missed the debris. Polish officials studying those downed drones. This comes nearly a month after President Trump's summit with Putin in Alaska. Since then, Russia ramping up deadly attacks on Ukraine. Just days ago, President Zelensky telling me Putin doesn't want peace.
I always said we can't trust Putin. He plays games, and he's playing games with the United States. I think so. It's to my mind.
And Linsey, Russia claimed it had not planned to hit any targets in Poland, but whether anything was hit or not, this is a major and dangerous move by the Russians. Linsey?
All right, Martha, thank you. Tonight, President Trump says he's furious over Israel's failed strike on Hamas leaders inside Qatar. Qatar, of course, a key U.S. ally. Our chief international correspondent, James Longman, is in Doha tonight. Hi, James.
Well, the shockwaves from yesterday's strikes have continued to reverberate today, Linsey. Big questions about who knew when this strike was going to take place and whether the Israelis even told President Trump's administration.
Tonight, President Trump and a growing number of world leaders are blasting Israel's failed strike on Hamas leadership inside Qatar, key U.S. ally and mediator in Gaza ceasefire negotiations.
Oh my God.
I was very unhappy about it, very unhappy about every aspect.
The surprise strike raising new questions tonight about why Israel didn't inform the US sooner. The Trump administration was only notified of the operation by the Pentagon when it was already underway. The Qataris getting a call from the US 10 minutes after the attack.
It's a busy residential neighborhood. There are embassies here, an international school, a major shopping mall. This strike has sent shockwaves throughout the Middle East.
Qatar is home to a major US military base and a country Trump championed during his first official visit just this year. It's a country now feeling betrayed.
The Israeli strike into Doha just reaffirms that Netanyahu is not going to ask permission of President Trump prior to conducting strikes against terrorist targets.
And Linsey, tonight Qatar is instructing a legal team to begin exploring prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu for that attack. Linsey?
James Longman in Doha, thank you. Our thanks to James. Joining us now to dissect both of the news out of Poland and Qatar is ABC News contributor Colonel Steve Ganyard. Steve, thanks for joining us. First on Qatar, the largest U.S. base in the Middle East is in Qatar. It's also the headquarters of U.S. Central Command for the region. We learned yesterday from a U.S. official that Israel gave the U.S. a heads up that they were going to strike Hamas, but did not say where. What are the risks of Israel not giving the U.S. a heads up, given our presence in Qatar?
Well, if Israel did not give us a heads up, that's actually good for the U.S., Linsey, because think about it. If they had given the U.S. a heads up, the U.S. would have been accused by its allies in the regions of not doing anything to intervene, not holding Israel back. And so it's actually much better. Netanyahu knew this. We're getting reports that there was a fiery exchange between President Trump and Netanyahu. But I think a lot of this is political theater. It was very important that the Israelis did this without telling the U.S. so that the U.S. had that plausible deniability to say, it wasn't us, we didn't have a chance to stop it. Because remember, Linsey, that there's still a glimmer of hope, at least in the U.S.'s mind, that some negotiation can lead to peace between Hamas and Israel. And those negotiations take place in Qatar. So if Qatar says, that's it, we're not going to help anymore, then that last chance of diplomatic solution goes away.
All right. Now, if it turns out the U.S. did know in advance of the strike, how could it hurt our standing in the region?
Yeah, because the region would say, look, you're just at the beck and call of Israel, and you didn't do anything to stop this, and you're not helping to bring peace because you're supporting just one side. So very important that the U.S. was seen as not having a heads up here. And so when they got that heads up, obviously it was much later than the U.S. could have done anything about stopping the attack. So the Israelis actually did the U.S. a favor by not telling the White House that this attack was going to occur.
All right, let's move on to Poland now. What kind of message do you think that Vladimir Putin may have been hoping to send with this provocation?
Something like a sharp stick in the eye to NATO. Remember that NATO has been much more forward-leaning than the U.S. in terms of calling for more sanctions, for putting more pressure on Russia to get them out of Ukraine, giving them longer-range weapons. And so this was a pushback by Putin, and it was a very deliberate one. So there were some 19 of these drones that went into Poland. About 15 of them landed on the ground. All of them, Linsey, had no warhead in them. They were just drones. They were decoys. They were model airplanes. Putin knew this. There's no way that 19 of these drones were drawn off by jamming within Ukraine. So it's not plausible that these were not deliberate. These were clearly deliberate. And besides just poking NATO in the eye, this is also testing NATO defenses to make sure that NATO is seeing things. So this is a test, a military test, but it was also a provocation politically.
And we know NATO's Article 5 stipulates that an attack on one NATO member is considered an attack on all. Today, Poland's prime minister requested to invoke Article 4 of NATO's founding treaty. What does that mean?
Well, it means that Article 4 is just a call for consultation. Article 5 is we're going to war because we've been attacked, and so all of NATO needs to join us in defending ourselves. So the fact is that this was a provocation because Putin sort of walked up to a line but didn't cross it by not putting any ordnance into Poland. It was something where the Poles actually came back and said, okay, this isn't an act of war, but it's clearly a provocation. We, NATO, need to do something about this. So that's the question, Linsey. What does NATO do about this? And the answer, at least in Mr. Putin's mind, is nothing.
Last week, the Trump administration claimed that the military killed alleged drug smugglers in the Caribbean. Critics say it's illegal for the U.S. to summarily kill alleged traffickers. And today, DHS posted video of the Coast Guard sinking at least one boat off the coast of the Galapagos Islands, allegedly involved in trafficking. Has the U.S. conducted these types of operations previously away from territorial waters?
So we think about the war on drugs. We've heard that for decades. The war on drugs is really a law enforcement war. So yes, when the U.S. Is in an actual war where the military is being used in a military way, such as blowing up ships off Yemen that are transporting material or explosives to people we don't want them to have it. So in a sense, this is a legal gray area. And the administration is saying that we believe that the drugs that are coming out of the Maduro regime and out of Venezuela are a national threat, and so we're going to apply military power. But it is certainly not, it doesn't have precedent in the way that it does with military operations in, say, the Gulf of the Red Sea or off Yemen.
Colonel Steve Ganyard, always appreciate your time and insight. Thanks so much. Coming up, we continue our coverage of today's tragic death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, plus the latest on the investigation of the murder of a young Ukrainian refugee in North Carolina and what the suspect is saying about that attack.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heel shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT news anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her. Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
The ruby slippers are the most famous shoes in the world.
What would the shoes be worth today?
A lot. The shoes were stolen.
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 We worked together with the FBI.
Heaven only knows how many feet went into that pair of shoes.
There is more to this than anybody realizes.
Who knows where this is going to lead?
It's gonna get real.
Friendship had some bumps in the road.
Who's the band's leader?
We were kind of a mess, and it led to a lot of drama.
Sup?
Hi, Lucas Jasper. We all like the same guy. Yay! Oh. It was chaos. Let's ride. Buckle up.
I wanted love because I was lonely. So I went online.
He's a handsome man.
He was a very handsome man.
He said to me, I love you. And I started to fall in love with him. Then something crazy happened.
I've been scammed. I had lost everything.
And I was angry. I wanted to track him down. Maybe we could catch him.
I have secrets of my own.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch is now available on Disney+.
Come here, boy.
He is your responsibility. Got it.
We promise.
Yeah. The global phenomenon has finally landed on Disney+.
Wow. He's so cute and fluffy. I'm so glad I found you.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, now available on Disney+, rated PG. And right now, get Disney+, Hulu, and all of ESPN with an incredible limited-time offer.
Tonight, the suspect charged with murdering a young Ukrainian refugee on a commuter train is behind bars. President Trump is calling for the death penalty. Plus, we're learning what the suspect said about that attack. Here's ABC's Stephanie Ramos.
Tonight, the man seen on this train attacking Irina Zarutska, the young woman who moved to the U.S. from Ukraine to escape war back home, is facing federal murder charges, and President Trump is calling for the death penalty, writing that DeCarlos Brown should be given a quick trial and only awarded the death penalty. There can be no other option. Court documents show Brown is undergoing a psychiatric evaluation in prison. Brown's sister recording a phone call with her brother after his arrest, where he referred to himself in the third person, telling her,
"Why would somebody just stab somebody for no reason?"
His mother telling ABC News she kicked him out of her house after he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and refused to take his medication. Brown's criminal history has been cited by many on the right as an example of violent crime plaguing Democratic-led cities. Today, Republican officials in Charlotte spoke out.
This is a result of failed policies, weak leadership, and a judicial system that protects criminals instead of innocent individuals.
Our thanks to Stephanie. Coming up, the latest on the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed today at a college event, what we know about the investigation, plus a look at how his influence grew within the Republican Party.
Nothing about that looked accidental.
Lester! We found a secret room in the Draconia. The mob ran an illegal casino.
There's been this palace down here the whole time.
To be fair, I just found out this building has a gym.
I play cards here because it's the murder building. We need to go face to face with the mob.
Buongiorno, signore!
Oh, this is how I die.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster. There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
You said to call if things got messy.
This is going to be a big murder case.
You're asking for my help.
I can't with you.
You said as long as I buttered up to Jax, I would make partner.
It's like they're watching me.
I won't let you down.
There's no secret that you create these messy criminals.
She is making a huge mistake.
Checkmate. People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heeled shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT news anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her. Maybe this is it. Maybe we're gonna find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody.
Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
The peaceful silence in Kafue National Park was pierced by a gunshot.
There's been a horrible, tragic accident.
His wife was shot dead.
There were a number of factors that indicated that this was not an accident. They thought they had gotten away with it for years.
This call is from a federal prison.
I relive this every day in my mind.
I still can't believe it turned out the way it did.
Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, only on Hulu.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
When the bodies were found, it felt different than any crime scene that I've ever seen.
She captured the image of her own murderer.
That Libby was able to get the video was very amazing.
There were dozens of viable suspects. Here's the rest of the story. Here's what they didn't tell you.
The person that did this is pure evil.
Capturing their killer. The Girls on the High Bridge. Only on Hulu.
Reporting from Donald Trump's inaugural ball, I'm Kira Phillips. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We begin with the shooting death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The commentator and outspoken co-founder of Turning Point USA was shot as he spoke at an event at Utah Valley University. The FBI now confirms that a person of interest is in custody. One single shot rang out. Panicked students ran for cover and the 31-year-old father of two was struck in the neck. President Trump mourned his death on social media, writing that Kirk had the heart of the youth in the United States and ordered all American flags to half-staff. The House held a moment of silence in his honor, and Utah's governor called it a political assassination in a broken country.
Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken.
Kirk was an ardent supporter of President Trump and his agenda, and a force within the MAGA community whose political beliefs long sparked controversy. The FBI and ATF are responding to the scene of this apparent attack of deadly political violence. Here's ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman.
Tonight, horror on a college campus in Orem, Utah. Charlie Kirk, one of the most prominent conservative activists in the country, with close ties to President Trump, shot and killed as he addressed a crowd of hundreds. The event billed as the American Comeback Tour, a lively discussion of freedom and America. Kirk revving them up.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Kirk then sitting on a stool, talking to the crowd, and just as he was answering a question about mass shootings in America, a single shot rang out.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Kirk struck in the neck, the crowd running in terror. Witness Sarah Truell attending the event in between her classes.
Just one shot straight into Charlie Kirk, and that was it.
I was 15 feet away, and it was really hard to witness. As the guy said, shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot, and I'm sorry, you just see his neck just open up, and there's just so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Kirk rushed by a group of men to a waiting SUV.
Stop, folks!
President Trump quickly posting his concern. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. And from Vice President J.D. Vance, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. Law enforcement racing to the scene.
UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
Kirk, just 31 years old with a wife and two young children, a force in the president's MAGA movement.
He's done an amazing job. He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done.
Mobilizing young conservatives across the country with rallies on college campuses, he hosted one of the nation's most popular podcasts and was given a key speaking slot at last year's Republican National Convention, where he talked about going to colleges and engaging in debate.
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to.
A controversial figure, Kirk said he was no stranger to death threats.
We get death threats all the time. You know, they come, they send stuff to our homes and all that. And yeah, that's just par for the course. I mean, if you are not getting active death threats, you're not really doing much for the country.
And tonight, the president announcing that Kirk did not survive, posting, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you."
Our thanks to Matt Gutman, and we do want to let our viewers know that we have just heard from the director of FBI, Kash Patel, that the person of interest has been released after being interrogated by law enforcement. Now we want to bring in Jasmine Martinez, who was in the first few rows of Charlie Kirk's event at Utah Valley University. Jasmine, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining us tonight. After having witnessed all that you did today, just want to start by asking how you're doing.
I'm still in disbelief. It doesn't seem real. I'm still very numb, very in shock. I'm going through this wave of is this real? Is it not real? So it's been very hard, very hard.
I can imagine. It's all still so fresh. I see you have that MAGA hat on. I know that Charlie was throwing out hats to the audience. Were you able to get that from him, or how did you get the hat?
Yes. So they came out and we were all excited and really just looking forward for Charlie to come out. And when they came out, they were just throwing hats. And my cousin's all like, he's pointing like at you trying to get this hat. And I had this really tall person standing in front of me and I'm like, there's just no way I'm going to get it. But he threw it and somebody knew like it was coming like towards me and they caught it and they handed it right to me. So I was really fortunate to get this hat.
I'm sure it has all the more meaning at this point. Just take us back. Describe your day, how you ended up going to the event, and then the moments that followed once you arrived.
It's kind of really ironic because I actually was going to go see Charlie with my 2 older kids in Logan. I had no idea that he was going to be here this week, but I had my cousin reach out to me and she's all like, hey, Miracle wants to go on Wednesday. I was like, I think she has her dates wrong because Charlie's not going to be here till the 30th. I already have tickets. And she's like, okay, let me look into this. And sure enough, he was going to be here. And I was like, okay, like, I completely admire Charlie. I actually have his book and I wanted to get it signed. And I was like, I can go see him twice. Like, there's no problem. Like, I would totally be up for it. So we got everything set up to meet today and I headed out there because I live in Syracuse. I drove down there. I met up with my cousins. We went and grabbed something to eat and then we got to the venue, making our way up to the front. I was like, I have to be up there. Like, I was like, guys, I think I want to go up there and like go on the mic and just tell them like, I admire what you're doing with the youth. Honestly, the only question I would have is I would love to see this platform move into the high schools. And I never got that chance. They took that from me.
You said that you admire him. What did you admire about him?
I just really admire that when there's all this political race and stuff like that, he really kept in mind the importance of our youth. And being a mom of 3 older kids, I have a 19, a 17, and a 16-year-old. I know what impact, Charlie has, us listening to his podcast and stuff like that. And just, hey, you know what? Let's open ourselves up to be able to conversate. If we have different views, let's just, invite the other to come and conversate. Everything can be taken care of through conversation. Like, there's an open invitation and, we don't have to agree, but like, let's actually conversate. And that's something that, my kids have actually taken with them, through high school. If there's somebody like, hey, if you guys are this political party, but tell me why, let's conversate.
And I want to take a look at some videos that you posted. If we can show that on the screen, there they are. We see Charlie Kirk arriving at the event moments before the attack. How did people around you react as the shooting unfolded?
I mean, before everything, everybody was like very amped. We were all waiting for him. And when the first speaker went up, everybody's like, come on, guy, like, you're dragging it out, like, wrong venue. Like, we were ready, we wanted to see Charlie in that debate mode, like, okay, like, let me prove you wrong. Let's speak more facts. And I just remember that person ending his, and then the second kid came up.
Okay, we are having technical difficulties. Unfortunately, we lost Jasmine Martinez, but we so thank her for joining us tonight. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong. I think I'm hearing that we have Jasmine back. Jasmine, can you hear me? Okay, Jasmine, go ahead and continue. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry. No, when the first kid finished, the second one went up to the mic and he got his first question in, and as soon as his second question came up, I just remember hearing like a pop. So I was on like the right side.
All right, we've lost Jasmine again, but our thanks to Jasmine Martinez. Charlie Kirk's influence across Republican politics was strong, specifically among conservative lawmakers. Our Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill, where he had the chance to speak to members of Congress today. Hi, Jay.
Yeah, Linsey, we've talked to a number of Republicans who say that they called Charlie Kirk a friend. It was just one example of the way that he has personally touched and personally molded, in some cases, Republican politics in this country over the last few years.
Tonight, the House of Representatives holding a moment of silence, honoring the imprint 31-year-old activist Charlie Kirk left on the modern Republican Party. The Speaker calling for a moment of reflection. At one point, tensions flaring as Democrats shouted for gun safety legislation.
The House will be in order.
On the Hill, GOP lawmakers distraught.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot and killed. I am very worried. I sent my staff home today. They're gone. I don't want them in my offices because I'm worried about the safety of the people who work for me.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna remembering it was Kirk who encouraged her to run for Congress, calling Luna and asking her to join his powerhouse political organization of young conservatives, Turning Point USA.
I was not aware of what happened, and I opened up X, and I'm seeing literally my friend get shot in the neck, bleeding out on the internet, which is horrible that people are even sharing that video. He's my friend. He's part of the reason why I'm in office right now.
Critical to President Trump's victories in 2016 and 2024.
How's everyone doing today?
Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012 when he was just 18 years old, recruiting young people to join the conservative movement. Making a name for himself debating on college campuses, hosting what Kirk would call a prove me wrong discussion.
What does he mean to the conservative movement, Congressman?
Charlie's a huge he's a strong intellectual voice in the conservative movement. Again, you can agree or disagree with him, but just really brought deep intellectual rigor to the debate that is currently raging in our society.
I don't think I can remember ever seeing him respond back to hatred with hate or with anything other than respect.
A fixture at the White House and key player in the MAGA movement, conservatives across the country mourning Kirk's loss. President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., posting, "I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not ever be silenced." Trump ally Steve Bannon, a friend and supporter of Kirk's for years, saying this.
I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah.
Democrats, too, sending Kirk and his family their prayers as news of the shooting broke out.
I cried when I found out he died.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing, political violence has no place in America. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who hosted Kirk on his podcast just months ago, calling the attack disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
People are trying to shut down free speech making like Charlie Kirk. There's no place in this society. This is what happens in third world countries. But so sad for his family and his children.
Do you think this country has a problem with political violence?
Absolutely.
Jay O'Brien back with us now. Jay, so much talk about Kirk's effect on and influence on the president's campaign. What are you hearing tonight?
Yeah, since his death, Linsey, we've heard from Republicans who have really reflected on his role in President Trump's victory in 2016, but especially in 2024, because the Trump campaign had really built so much of its momentum around young conservatives, the folks that Charlie Kirk really prided himself on being able to deliver. I've heard from Republicans who say that they put Charlie Kirk in the top 10 of people who could be credited with helping Donald Trump secure that second term, the administration that he's currently in, because he was able to, in a way, work to try to rebrand the Republican Party and reach out to those younger folks, those people that were so crucial to President Trump's win this time around.
So influential. All right, Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. Coming up, Charlie Kirk's influence loomed large in the Republican Party, and it earned him a positive relationship with the Trump family, how they're reacting tonight, and whether this could be a turning point for the country.
People are sleeping to their life. I'm living mine. I'm gonna show you how to follow your dreams.
He's off acting like a hillbilly Indiana Jones somewhere.
Pain is only temporary. Until it ain't.
FX is The Lowdown. Premieres September 23rd on FX. Stream on Hulu.
We were two perfect little families that are all best friends. But he was crazy. Denise calls me and said that Mike hasn't come home.
There was speculation that he got eaten by an alligator.
She starts an affair with my husband, Brian. It involved decadent sexual behavior.
We don't need to be wiring up soccer moms, but she wanted answers.
My heart is racing. This is where the good stuff starts.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Only on Hulu.
People don't just vanish on their way to work with no witnesses, no trace.
They found the car keys laying on the ground, red high-heel shoes. You can see drag marks.
Welcome to Daybreak. I'm Jody Husentrut.
KIMT news anchor Jody Husentrut was just 27 at the time of her disappearance.
She told me she thought someone was following her.
Maybe this is it. Maybe we're going to find her now.
Holy crap, this is really real.
Let's find Jody. Her last broadcast, only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here. This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha, 13 years of terror. Only on Hulu. David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. And now, ABC's World News Tonight has won the Emmy for Best Live News Program for the third year in a row.
And for more now, we're joined by John Santucci, who leads our investigative unit. Of course, you have a lot of years experience interacting with the Trump family. Give us a sense of how this is impacting the Trump family tonight.
You know, I have to tell you, Lindsay, I've spoken to so many people today around Donald Trump, his orbit, folks at the White House, just to see the reaction from all of them. I mean, so many people I spoke to on the phone actually physically crying, upset, just sad of it all. Because, you know, they saw Charlie Kirk grow up. Charlie Kirk first came into contact with Donald Trump's orbit going back 10 years ago, right? Around that escalator,
21.
right? Yeah, 21 years old, right? This was a kid. And as one person said to me today, you know, this person introduced Charlie Kirk to his wife, right? They were there when he shared the news that he was going to be a dad. So to see this guy grow up before them, and really one of the things he did so well is connect Donald Trump and his base to young conservatives. And that was how the intro came about. Because remember, right, Donald Trump now has a political force. He has a political army. 10 years ago, Donald Trump didn't have a political anything, right? So Charlie Kirk went to Donald Trump Jr. and said, look, I can help you. And he did. Because at that point, Kirk had started a movement on his college campus, and it rippled out across the country. And now there are turning points, you know, satellite, you know, locations on college campuses around the country. I compared it earlier to what fraternities and sororities are, right? Like chapters. Today, he was invited by a Turning Points chapter at this college in Utah.
Of course, he spoke at the RNC just last summer and kind of made a little joke that I go to college campuses so you don't have to. Just kind of give us a sense of that turning point movement, who it attracts, what the messaging is.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it attracted young conservatives, right? And what would happen is it would become infectious, right? So think about, you mentioned the convention, right? It's every 4 years. Charlie Kirk would throw big conventions multiple times a year, right? He would bring people together to hear from conservative leaders, Donald Trump, you know, other members of the family, other political leaders that have been elected over the course of the last 10 years. And one of the things you would then see is Kirk wouldn't just, you know, let it go from there. He would go and do these tours, almost like a rock concert, right? He would go to these college campuses and keep the movement going. I think the other thing that's interesting, and it was during the horrific shootings that we're at this point of his program, if you will, that he would actually engage with the audience. He would take questions, right? It's not just
prove me wrong.
Yeah, exactly, right? Which is something that, you know, sure, it's a shtick, but I also think for, you know, students that are coming that want answers to their questions, right? How unique of an opportunity is that to engage with somebody in a conversation like that? We talk about, right, politics being an engaging conversation. Most people don't do it. He did.
That healthy academic debate.
Yeah.
And I know that you were saying that Donald Trump Jr., released a statement. Can you share a part of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's so long, and he even starts off by saying, I'm not good at this, but he calls him his little brother, right? And to that point of they've seen this guy grow up over the course of the last 10 years, called him courageous, said he was excited to see that he'd become a father. Really to think about the fact that this was a person that had been on this journey with them. As one person said to me, Charlie Kirk was a day oneer with us, right? Was there from the beginning. And really, we know from all the years of covering Donald Trump, you and I, loyalty matters more than anything to the Trumps, right? Charlie Kirk had that.
But what do you think Charlie Kirk's legacy will be?
I think, for young conservatives, right? I mean, look at what Donald Trump did in 2024, right? We talked about Barron Trump being a big part of his father talking to young podcasters around the country. Charlie Kirk was the OG, right? He was the original for that. So I think legacy is going to be people that keep the Turning Points movement going forward, right? And to see now what that has become around the country, it's not going to be one person that's going to pick up that mantle, right? It's going to be many other of these little affiliates around the country that keep it going.
John Santucci, always appreciate your insight and time. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
The peaceful silence in Kafue National Park was pierced by a gunshot.
There's been a horrible tragic accident.
His wife was shot dead.
There were a number of factors that indicated that this was not an accident. They thought they had gotten away with it for years.
This call is from a federal prison.
I relive this every day in my mind.
I still can't believe it turned out the way it did.
Trophy Wife, Murder on Safari, only on Hulu.
Our friendship had some bumps in the road.
Who's the band's leader?
We were kind of a mess. And it led to a lot of drama.
So?
Hi, Lucas Jasper. We all like the same guy? Yay! Oh. It was chaos. Let's ride. Buckle up.
What I have uncovered is insane. Hidden tunnels, some freaky stuff, stolen art.
I don't know how it all connects, but until I do, I'll bluff.
You're sniffing at the wrong hole.
Well, I'm sniffing at the right hole. And it stinks.
FX is The Lowdown.
Don't die. Don't get killed.
Premieres September 23rd on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The ruby slippers are the most famous shoes in the world.
What would the shoes be worth today?
A lot. The shoes were stolen.
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 Stolen. We worked together with the FBI. Heaven only knows how many feet went into that pair of shoes.
There is more to this than anybody realizes.
Who knows where this is going to lead?
It's gonna get real.
Welcome to Only Murders in the Building,
The official podcast.
I am your host, Michael Cyril Creighton.
We're exploring the mob.
This is the new mob of New York City.
Oh, you're gonna...
It's always fun to speculate about death.
That's true.
Oh, no, Grandpa!
They just want to keep me cranky. They're doing a good job.
Quite a lineup.
Are you not entertained?
Crazy. Only Murders in the Building, official podcast Tuesdays, and stream Only Murders in the Building on Hulu and Hulu on Disney+.
You said to call if things got messy.
This is going to be a big murder case.
You're asking for my help.
I can't with you.
You said, as long as I buttered up to Jax, I would make partner.
It's like they're watching me.
I won't let you down.
There's no secret that you crave these messy criminals.
She is making a huge mistake.
Checkmate.
Finally tonight, tomorrow is the 24th anniversary of 9/11, two powerful beams of light reaching from ground zero into the sky. Earlier this week, officials tested out the annual tribute in light. The tribute will light up the skies tomorrow from dusk until dawn, done every year since 2002. And we leave you tonight with a live look out over Manhattan right now, 24 years after the horror the city witnessed. Political leaders from both sides of the aisle, including the president, will be here at Ground Zero tomorrow with a message of unity. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Good night.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather, and then there's this monster.
There was a bombshell. Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal was terrifying.
He wanted to kill my son.
Once I tell the police what I have to say, he'll never get out.
Betrayal Under His Eye. Only on Hulu.
I did not picture myself surviving through that day.
He was tracking her.
He was everywhere.
I heard the squeak of a floorboard. I've been kidnapped. This becomes a fight for my life.
And we're all holding our breath.
My mind is the only thing that's going to get me out of here.
Open the door!
This is a horror film.
Stalking Samantha. 13 Years of Terror. Only on Hulu.
People are sleeping to their life. I'm living mine. I'm gonna show you how to follow your dreams.
He's off acting like a hillbilly Indiana Jones somewhere.
Pain is only temporary. Until it ain't.
FX is The Lowdown. Premieres September 23rd on FX.